Died with something. Of the school, this is Dr. Good morning. Good morning. Have a nice session.
Testing, testing. I said I was.
Okay, thank you for coming.
We good?
Good to go?
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bongelwa Anashe, and welcome to today's special maintenance dialogue focusing on DNA and paternity. I just want to welcome our online viewers. Thank you so much for joining us today. And just some few house rules, ladies and gentlemen, before we start. We do have bathrooms on this floor. Just ask one of our ambassadors. We are all wearing name tags for assistance. And we also offer complimentary parking all around the building in Front Street, Van Street. And if you did not park in the parking space reserved for public prosecutors, please move your vehicle. Otherwise, the City of Cape Town will charge you for parking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some special guests joining us today for this talk focusing on DNA and paternity. And we have Dr. James York all the way from Durban. He actually flew all the way from Durban, ladies and gentlemen, so that he can be here with us today. He is from Molecular Diagnostic Services MDS in Durban, and he is with Ms. Pat Berg and Ms. Monique Stein. Let's give them a warm hand of applause. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we also have our regular distinguished guest, Dr. Kamau Jacobs. She's a senior lecturer at the UWC Private Law School. And today she will further explore possible solutions to the issue of maintenance and maintenance courts in South Africa. We also have one of our ambassadors today also back to talk to us about DNA and courts. That's Ms. Ronelle Ras, and we look forward to the talk on paternity and the DNA. And then we also have our very own advocate John Reiters today. He's going to talk, at first he's going to give us feedback on last month's dialogue, and then he's also going to respond to the DNA and the paternity issues, as well as legal issues regarding maintenance and adoption. We also have our very own ambassador as well, our mother hen, Ms. Liz Ukrainian. He's going to talk to us today about UIF and whether mothers can claim UIF from respondents who are deciding to, let's say, resign from their jobs just because they are running away from their responsibilities. So Ms. Liz Ukrainian will be exploring that further, ladies and gentlemen. And then we have our very own ambassador, Advocate Goliath. He's going to conclude our talk today and just give us some words of encouragement. Let's give our esteemed guest speakers today a warm hand of applause. Those who are here for the first time, so the NPA SOCA Community Dialogue is a community coming together. A community of mothers, legal practitioners, social workers, mediators, and members of the public coming together on a monthly basis to say, we are not going to wait for one day when things change in the justice system, because as we all know, mothers and children have been failed by the justice system in this country. And so we've decided as a community that, you know what, instead of waiting for things to change, we are going to come together. We are going to empower ourselves. We're going to capacitate ourselves with the necessary tools that we need to be able to give ourselves a fighting chance in the maintenance system. We are using the little bit that we have. Everybody that comes into this building comes with something. Everyone here is carrying something in their hand that they can bring to this community. This is a community initiative. Everyone is welcome to this table to come and bring whatever skill, whatever talent, whatever resource they carry. I'm not a legal practitioner, I'm a mother, but I'm standing here today. I answered a call to say we cannot keep quiet anymore. More and more mothers, actually the whole South Africa needs to hear this message. Everyone in this country needs to actually have access to these resources that are helping us to empower ourselves and actually to fight for justice for our children. So ask yourself today as you are listening, do I carry something within me that I can bring to this community to help this community fight for justice for our children? In this community, we are inclusive, we are diverse, and we have Ubuntu as the core of what we do here. Just the basic principles of Ubuntu. I am here because men and women of this community answered my cry. I came here last year, June, absolutely heartbroken, feeling defeated and hopeless. And I cried out. And men and women of this community got up and said, how can we hold your hand, Mama, as you fight for your child? And that for me is the core of what we do here. Look at your sister, look at the person sitting next to you, look at the brother sitting next to you and ask yourself, how can I hold your hand on this journey of bringing about justice and creating change in the justice system? So, ladies and gentlemen, today we are about to start our program with, with our very own advocate, John Reiters, to really just give us a response. If you are not here for our August 2023 dialogue, our focus was on the voice of the mother in the maintenance system, and it was quite an intense and very emotional dialogue. I mean, everyone volunteered. As mothers came and kind of, share their hearts, pour their hearts, were vulnerable, they were authentic. They shared their stories and the pain that they've suffered in the hands of the justice system. So I'm actually quite encouraged that African Generations today is going to give us some feedback and answer that call, hopefully, that the mothers released on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, just remember that today's dialogue is recorded and is live on our Facebook page, NPA SOCA Community Dialogue, also available on YouTube, and it will also be available on our website afterwards. So let's start our program today, and let's give our very own African Generators the warm hand of applause, please.
Welcome and thank you very much, my sister Bongi, to our viewers online. I hope that you're going to enjoy today's session. I'm Advocate Leonidas. I'm the senior prosecutor based at the Director of Public Prosecutions in Cape Town, and I am the one that deals with family law, specifically focusing on maintenance in the Western Cape. There are 57 courts in the Western Cape, and I am the one that not manage. I'm just the one that oversee the management and the way the maintenance courts function in the Western Cape. So there are 57 in the Western Cape, and there are 456 maintenance courts all over South Africa. Just a little bit of knowledge in case some of you would like to get that knowledge. I'd like to say a special welcome to our colleagues from the University of the Western Cape. First of all, starting with our own doctor, Dr. Wendell Nortje, sitting over there at the back. He's one of the senior lecturers at UWC, and he's also now, like Dr. Jacobs, become a regular at our dialogues that we've been hosting for the last few years, 2 years in exact, that we've been holding these community dialogues. The dialogue started 2 years ago in Stellenbosch with myself as well as the lady sitting over there in the back, Liesel here. Liesel, I can see you're busy, but can you please stand? I want them to see Mr. Martin. Liesel here. We started it 2 years ago in Stellenbosch, and we are the only two that have 100% attendance rate. All the ambassadors that joined us over the years. We started off with 12 ladies meeting in Stellenbosch, and we go within time to around 15 in person, almost monthly at this venue. And we sometimes have up to 100 to 200 people online listening to it. And afterwards, listening to the recorded view of it is around 200 people that also listen to it. So there seems to be some interest in it. So hopefully we're doing the right thing. We also have a lot of magistrates that also sometimes attend either in person or afterwards give some feedback of how they found these sessions. So it seems as if we are getting to get the message across as far as maintenance is concerned in the Western Cape. I'd like to, first of all, before I start giving my response, want to say thank you to Dr. York and his team from NDS, even though Joyce came a little bit late. I'm going to put her on the spot. But Monique, Pat, as well as Dr. Dennis York, thank you so much for offering your time.
Yeah.
And thank you for being Dr. York specifically coming all the way from Durban. You can say it's free of charge. I'm not paying. Just gave him a bottle of water. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your time and sharing your knowledge with your team and the demonstration that's going to be done, and especially the students, I think you're going to benefit a lot of seeing how the paternity tests are being done in the children's courts as well as in the maintenance courts, and as well as the online viewers and our maintenance staff. They will have a in-house view of how it is being conducted at any of the 456 courts in South Africa and 57 courts in the Western Cape. So you will have some idea of how paternity is always being dealt with, whether it is Section 36 of the Children's Act or whether it's Section 21 of the Maintenance Act. We will give you a holistic view. Towards the end, I will give a summary of what how paternity tests are being conducted, and I will give a few hints on how women can ensure that they protect themselves in case they will face paternity one time or another. And the tips that I will give is so important, even though yeah, it's understand, yeah, you get a second, they get a second. As soon as they get a new girlfriend or a new uh, wife or get remarried, and I somehow don't understand in South Africa how men are so lucky because all of them usually date or they marry a woman that has studied in medicine with Dr. York. All of a sudden will know, you know that child. So somehow they have been able to study science to be able to understand that that child is not your child. That child don't have the birthmark that you have. So it's not your child. So hopefully Dr. York will be able to show us paternity as well as DNA and how it works so that we can get those girlfriends and those newly wed ladies to understand it. But in the meantime, women face that humiliation sitting there and being told that he wants paternity test. After 5 or 7 years, now all of a sudden it's being disputed whether this is really my child or his child or whatever. So meaning I must have slept around with other women. It's humiliating for women to go through that. And hopefully Dr. York will be able to uh, give some guidance as far as that is concerned. And then I will also later on this afternoon hopefully be able to then give some further guidance on it. My first task today is to just give some feedback on our August dialogue. And I would like to start off by apologizing to my sister, uh, Bongi. She did ask me last month to conclude the dialogue and give my feedback. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And it's not that I didn't want to do it. I did it in honor of women. The reason why I'm saying that is I didn't feel worthy as a man to be standing over here and give feedback on what women are going through in South Africa. For me to come and stand here and then come and say that it's good and all of that, that's a false hope. I'm not willing to ever give false hope to women. Saying over here, but this is your struggle, I hear your struggle and all of those things. In South Africa, we live in a patriarchal system, whether we want to admit it or not. It is clear out there. Even our president is male. I wish we could have a matriarchal system where a matriarch can lead the way. Because wherever we see a matriarch living and leading the system, there's always peace. The reason why I'm saying my father taught me that at small age. Uh, I come from a place called Utenate, now Kariga in the Eastern Cape, and there's a place called the Edo Elephant Park. And my father used to always tell us we need to go to this park. And I asked him, but why? Because he always wanted me to understand how peaceful these gigantic animals live in harmony and why. And it's because in the elephant and wolf and all of those animal kingdoms, wherever you find a woman leading that tribe, you find there's peace and harmony amongst them. She never have to somehow show that she's the leader, whatever. And that's the common trait amongst women. You find that women, despite whatever challenges they have in life, they will still be able to somehow make ends meet. And that we see in the maintenance system. And that is the common trait that I'm talking about that we could see during the talks that we had in August over here. That's why I thought, no, I'm not worthy as a man to be standing in front of women and to be saying, oh, it's good, it's well, and all of that, while women are suffering in South Africa the way they are suffering. And that is what we need to change. And that's why I apologize to you, Bongi, because your cry towards the end, I heard your cry. And I could not in any way trivialize and minimize that at that moment in time. And that's the reason why I felt that I'm not worthy to be standing here speaking. It's not that I didn't want to speak, I wanted to, but I wasn't worthy as a man to be standing in front of you. So women have this resilience in them to see a problem and fix it. And that's why I am in favor of a matriarchal system. I wish we could have a political matriarchal system soon so that we can hopefully get some change in South Africa too, because that is so important that we get that change. Then we get a lot of pioneers and ambassadors in our system. And we started off our August dialogue with the Help a Girl campaign and the beautiful lady sitting over here in front. Can the two of you just stand so they can see why the Help a Girl campaign? So the Help a Girl campaign saw a need in society where there are no sanitary pads at schools for children. And as we saw how children were not being able to participate in sport because they don't have sanitary pads or don't come to school during the period when they have their period because of not having sanitary pads. But in the lockers or at schools or at the airports or at the workplace, you will find condoms being dispensed easily, but you won't find any sanitary pads. So because of that, the Help a Girl campaign decided to bring about this change in South Africa and actively go out there and advocate for sanitary pads to be made available free of charge. And I would like you, especially the online viewers, please support the Help a Girl campaign and Abby and her team. I will try to play the video during the tea break to show what Abby and her team is doing for the online viewers. And the people that are up here, I'll send the link a little bit later for you to have the link in case you'd like to have that link. But Abby, thank you so much for the beautiful work that you and your team are doing. With the minimum money that they have available, they still manage to do exceptional work to somehow bring the plight of women in South Africa to our public out there. If any of you would like to somehow participate and help them, please, if you can, donate a packet of sanitary pads. And you don't have to bring it to us. Take it to your school or take it to your dean or take it to somewhere where they can have that available to somebody. And where there is so less or a minimal type of humiliation for her to go and ask for it. The same way somebody can run into a toilet and go and get a packet of condoms, the same way sanitary pads need to be made available to our daughters, to our young ones out there in order for them to be able to have it. And it all starts with each one of us. We can start it at the church, we can start it at the school, we can start it at our law faculty, but we can start it somewhere. And if all of us do our little bit the way Abby and her team is doing it, going from one place to Stellenbosch and then to Oudtshoorn to the Southern Cape on their own, no funding, absolutely nothing, like Dr. York over here, just willing to go in and spread and help wherever they can. That is what we do. That is what we do. That is what we need to somehow have in our heart. If there's one thing that human beings have, and it is the power of dialogue.
Mm.
And that is the reason why we have these community dialogues.
Yeah.
If we start engaging with one another and sharing the common trait that there's a problem, we need to fix it.
Yeah.
Make yourself vulnerable and show that the reason why I'm doing this is because I was treated the same when I was a child. Then we will be able to take it further. I believe in the beauty of dialogue.
Yeah.
I believe in the beauty of women. That's why I married a beautiful wife. Because somehow women just have this womanly touch. And I think for that, they've got the divine purpose of birth. They can bring about after 9 months the most beautiful child, then they have to suffer in the maintenance system with men that don't know how to fulfill the biblical duty. Ephesians 5, Ephesians 6, clear on it. What men should do. Timothy, 2 Timothy says that a man that do not look after his family have denied his faith. That shows how deeply ingrained it is. Not in law, it's in canon law. In the biblical law, it states a man must look after his children, and if he doesn't, he's denying his own faith. But here in South Africa and in the rest of the world, we have this problem where men do not know how to maintain their own children. And that's the reason why we meet over here every month to discuss these type of themes and make sure that we somehow get to the message out there. Tuna, can get to the first slide? Except for Abby, there is this beautiful young lady, and that's how I want to encourage everyone else to do it. Um, like, uh, that lady over there on that one picture, her name is Georgia Ridgway, and she is in Durban at a school in Durban, Lucia. And Georgia decided, without telling the Help a Girl campaign, she just on her own decided to follow the Help a Girl campaign and started her own project at the Lucia School in Durban. And I never knew about it until her mommy told me about her. And then I put her in contact with Kathy. And she then started her own project where she, at the Lucia School in Durban, will be collecting these types of sanitary pads and then make sure that it is being dished out at the school and in the communities around Durban in order to make it available to them. 17 years old at school, and that's what she did without even knowing about Abby, without knowing about, she knew about the Help a Girl campaign and how she could somehow do something about it. So Georgia Ridgway, I just want to say thank you so much from myself as well as from the ambassadors at the NPA Community Dialogue, as well as from everyone over here. Georgia Ridgway, thank you so much for what you're doing in the Durban community. I salute you as a young lady for what you are doing in your community. Tula, then we had a beautiful woman over here. She didn't say beautiful anymore, she just got engaged. Fiance might not like me calling her that. Beginning phase, we don't like that. It's only you belong to a team. Jenny, thank you so much for having this beautiful daughter of yours come over here and say what she's doing. So it is not just limited to Abby or to Georgia Ridgway. It's also a lot of other women that see what is happening in their systems and how they can make it better. Dr. Ayn Mohammed at the Hermanus Hospital in Hermanus decided that, and she calls all the children that is in the infant unit and child unit at Hermanus Hospital, her babies. She wants to just keep all of them over there till they're 18, she said, but unfortunately she can't. So she looks at innovative ways to somehow keep them there. And the one thing that she did is she taught herself the Children's Act. She knows Form 22 from the first page to the last page, and she somehow makes sure that that child is declared a child in need of care and will get the treatment while they're there. And if it is that the child needs proper nutrition, she will ensure that that child will stay there as long as possible so that the child can get the proper nutrition or whatever the needs of that child is. And afterwards, she goes and search for the children once they are discharged from the unit in order to somehow help them in one way or the other. A doctor in Hermanus, and this is what she is bringing to the table. Got Abigail that is busy doing that campaign. We've got Georgia in Durban.
Yeah,
We've got a doctor in Hermanus.
yeah.
But it shows each and every one of us have
Yeah.
something unique that we can bring to the table. If you think of uniqueness, you'll see when Advocate Goliath starts talking.
Yeah.
But this is what it's all about. Each one of us have such beautiful talent innate in us. And if we use that innate talent of ours, and just do it in your church group or your youth group, that's where we bring about change. All of us don't need to bring change in the Western Cape or all over. If we start off at the law faculty at UWC, or if we start off at Old Mutual and present it there, then that's where we can bring about that change. And that's all that is needed from each of us to make our society better from where we are at the moment. Next slide, too. Then we had our own Dr. Carmel Jacobs, a wonderful human being, and you'll see her again. I wanted to lock down this place, tell her to stay away from here, but there's no way that I'll be able to keep her away. This one twin daughter had an operation yesterday, and the operation didn't go perfectly the way it was supposed to. And she was in the ward until late last night. And that's why I only phoned it this morning because I wanted to make sure that whether I should put her on the program or not. And she told me that she can't make it because she's fatigued, having been the whole day at the hospital to sit with a twin daughter and make sure that the operation is successful and making sure that the child feels secure in her presence. So I told her she can stay away, she don't have to be here. And this morning I got her, can I please come? I know you said the place is locked down for me, but can I please look in? So she will be here a little bit later to give feedback pertaining to maintenance and what she's been doing over the last few months. She wrote an article in the Daily Maverick, and I'd like you to look at that article in the Daily Maverick. Stunning article that Dr. Jacobs wrote, but look for Dr. Carmel van Niekerk. You might not find that with Dr. Carmel Jacobs. It's only the last few months that she's using the surname Jacobs, but look for that article and see how she put the different challenges that women experience in South Africa on the table. Over here, she came and she then explained how she had a challenge in the maintenance courts and how she struggled to get maintenance for young twins.
Sure.
And despite her, and I struggled to somehow put her on the program for one of a few reasons. I don't want women to get divorced. She struggles like that. What about me? And she is the one that teach these attorneys to come to the courts, and then at the end of the day, what she inculcating them will be the things that they will spread out there. And to her amazement, the attorney of the respondent was one of the students that were in her class. And this person came and gave her hell report. She struggled for years in order to get a maintenance order concluded. And she's still struggling up till today with the interpretation of certain clauses in the divorce order and how it is supposed to be dealt with. And because of that, Dr. Carmel wrote this article in the Daily Maverick. And then she comes up with some exceptional ways that we can somehow deal with it. And I especially applaud one of the recommendations that you do not find in paper 157. And despite all the submissions that were made in June last year, none of the submissions covered what Dr. Carmel Jacobs covered, as well as Amanda Sturgianis. Both of them come up with this solution of using the New Zealand SARS model or the Australian SARS model, where all of these things are coming to court and sitting in the court line and waiting for an interim order, and all of those things will be off in a case where that person, if he's employed, obviously SARS will have a record. SARS take whatever, they don't care. Cell phones, you won't see. Now that is what we need to get to, because in the maintenance courts, it's a negotiation taking place between the respondent and the mother. And then in terms of section 15, we've got a pro rata amount that we calculate. And then in terms of section 16, we work with what is fair and equitable. All of those things can be gone if we use the SARS model of New Zealand or Australia. If we use that model right from the beginning, the moment he is employed, then he must declare how many children he's got. And then the New Zealand and the Australian model work out precisely how much he must pay. No pro rata, section 15, and fair and equitable, section 16. They don't deal with any of that nonsense that the maintenance courts have to deal with. Because then the respondent comes up with these beautiful, you the fuel scope, I've got too much debt, so I can't pay it. SARS don't care how much your debt is or whatever it is. SARS is going to take it. They take first. You can sort out your debt later or get restructuring or whatever. There are two cases, Scott versus Scott and Mulder versus Mulder says, Scott versus Scott, Mulder versus Mulder. These two cases say that a man or a husband or a father needs to budget properly and make sure that his children will not suffer in the most important years of their lives. So why must a child or a mother start negotiating? She knows that she needs 5,000 for the children, then she must come down to 2,000. Because then the maintenance officer will work with what is fair and equitable in terms of section 16 of the maintenance act. SARS don't care about what is fair and equitable. It's fair and equitable that they get their share first. So why can't we do the same in maintenance cases? Why must it be TV licenses that are more important than a child's life? We need to, whenever next year we go and vote, we need to decide whether we want to vote for TV license or whether we want to vote for the rights of our children. Section 28 of our Constitution is clear. Section 28(1)(h) says a child has got a right to legal representation. Mothers fight for their children, not an attorney. The legal aid board will tell you, no, we can only come on board if the father has a legal representative. Else, they've got no interest in the. That is unconstitutional if you look at section 28(1)(h) of the Constitution Act 108 of 1996 as amended. So why are we allowing all of these things to go by and stay a blind eye to it? It's about time that mothers and women should stand up and say how they feel about it. We've got one chance to do that. The SA Law Commission paper 157 was issued last year and is going to come up in the Justice Portfolio Committee soon. If there's one time that mothers can make their voices heard, then it will be at the Justice Portfolio Committee next year, which I will tell you all about when we get there. And we are already in the process, Ms. Carnier as well as Ms. Carnell Russ. We are busy educating mothers how to complete the submission and get yourself ready for it. And there you will be able to make your voice heard and say that, listen, I'm not happy with the maintenance system. Section 10(6) says I can get an interim order. I waited 4 years for an interim order to be granted. It's time that women stand up and say how they should be dealing with it. Ms. Cornelia will tell you about the WhatsApp group that we have. Now will also be able to tell you about the WhatsApp group. We've got 300 women on that group where we educate them and make them aware of their rights and what to do. But that's not the reality that they have whenever they get to court. The reality is that you get a maintenance officer that is not doing his job, you get a prosecutor that's not doing his job, and I'm not lying because if you look at the case law, Anna Mutimonia had to fight in court to get the public prosecutors to do their work. If you want to have a look at it, there's a case, Anna Mutimonia versus the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. If you want to have the citation of it, please go on www.childmaidens.org.za. You'll find a copy of it on that website. Anna Mutimonia is the case where a prosecutor was so negligent that a mother lost a pension fund. The court said that in that case, a maintenance officer or a prosecutor is grossly negligent in a case where they did not comply with that specific provision. So, Dr. Carmel Jacobs, thank you so much for all of those articles in Daily Maverick, as well as the documents that you brought to us. Bongi, am I going over time? I can see you're getting jittery.
No,
Well,
no.
just tell me if I'm
good.
going to the next slide. And my sister was over here, a beautiful woman. She would have been here today. She is in the Eastern Cape at a funeral. That is Miss Nolavuyo Bekwa. She's the director of port operations in the Western Cape. She's got another strategic or something development. There's another thing that came on to her title, but I just know her as the DCO, Director of Port Operations in the Western Cape. And she goes around wherever I find a mistake, I just call Nolavuyo, well, we've got a problem here, and she will sort it out. You will find on all 57 ports in the Western Cape, on the notice board, when you enter into a port, there will be a notice board saying who's the court manager, who's the area court manager, and the director of port operations is Ms. Nolavuyo Bekwa. Email address in Bekwa, capital N, capital B, EKWA, justice.gov.za. Any of you having problems in the Western Cape, not in the other provinces, please contact Ms. Bekwa, and Ms. Bekwa will make it a problem to make sure that your problem is sorted out. She is one of the best. Let her know, and she will deal with it in the province. She went to the service delivery charter, and the service delivery charter says that all of us are supposed to name badges, because you don't need to ask who are you or what's your name, because what we tell the WhatsApp ladies in our group is they need to make sure who they spoke to, who's the clerk they spoke to. But if the clerk don't even have a name badge, as the service delivery charter says, then you have to ask them. And as soon as you ask them, then they ask, why do you want to know that? Now they've got all of these challenges coming forth when they need to somehow complain to the service delivery portal. The service delivery portal is service delivery, one word, at justice.gov.za. That is where you can go and complain in case you don't get the services that the Department of Justice is supposed to render in maintenance matters or at the offices of the states or family courts or the office of the family advocate. All of those, the complaint portal is service delivery at justice.gov.za. Ms. Bekwa said that if you have any problems with any of the officials not complying with the specific mandate, complain to the regional office and they will deal with that case. At all courts, there is an information board. On the information board, you will get the details of the court manager, area court manager, as well as the regional representatives, that is the director of court operations, and the regional head, that is Mr. Rodney Isaacs. All of their details will be on that specific board, making clear how they are supposed to do. Service delivery at justice.gov.za is also on the slide. Next slide, Tuna. After that, we had this beautiful woman, Kim Stevens, that explained of her challenges and what she did during the COVID period and how she managed to write a book called Hold the Line, and what her specific um, uh, contribution to society and the community is. She started off telling her story and what happened to her in the beginning which had all of us in tears over here. Myself, I just said, really kill me, but I'm not crying. That's over here. That's why but all of us were in tears with her story, where she said that at the age of 18 she fell pregnant, and that is falls in line with Abby's father's contribution that he made a month before. The presence of a father figure in your life. Because Kim Stevens' father said something to her that stayed with her right till adulthood and still up till today. That is the epitome of what makes her who she is. And she said her father said to her, you've got one of two choices when she fell pregnant. Either you turn this into success or you decide how you're going to deal with your failure. Because she had everything set up for her in life, and there were funds available for her to study at tertiary institutions, and then she fell pregnant. The father said to her, let's turn this failure into success. And that failure of her, that beautiful child that she brought about, so our mummy was starting to the maintenance system to get maintenance from the father. And then what did she, the success story did in the end? The success story saw that she was struggling with an old laptop that doesn't work and doesn't price properly and don't type properly. And this young teenager bought a mummy her first laptop, seeing how the mummy was struggling. And she decided to save her pocket money in order to make sure she can buy her mummy a laptop. Isn't that beautiful? That is humanity. These type of beautiful stories came about over here, where people see and showed how fragile they are, and showed some of the challenges and things that could have made them turn into failure and made that turn into a success. Next slide. Then Amanda came and spoke. My wife would have been speaking about the plight of 18-year-olds. Despite two cases that was decided last year, in June 2022, the Supreme Court of Appeal in Z versus Z decided that in the case of 18-year-olds, a mother can have local standing to apply for maintenance on behalf of the 18-year-old. Instead, attorneys somehow is manipulating that and said, no, 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 no. Z versus Z started off in the Port Elizabeth High Court saying that when a lady is applying for divorce, that during those proceedings and she's applying for maintenance, if the children are 23 and 25 years old, they must come and apply for themselves. That was what was decided in the Port Elizabeth High Court. The beautiful Annelie Erasmus, as well as her team, I had the wonderful privilege of meeting them when I went down to Port Elizabeth after our talk that we had. And I met Annelie and her team. Annelie invited us to our restaurant. I paid myself, just in case there's people watching and saying, oh, okay, he's getting money from the public. I paid my own pizza. But we had a wonderful time meeting Annelie Erasmus and her team. The point is, in Z versus Z, locus standi of children in divorce matters were established in the Supreme Court of Appeal by 5 judges, and the 5 judges decided mothers do have locus standi to apply for maintenance in divorce matters. A few months later, in October, 19 October 2022, the Western Cape was also dealing with the same case, where an attorney and a senior counsel argued in the George Circuit Court that no, Z versus Z was in the High Court in Port Elizabeth in a divorce matter. So children will, or mothers will only have locus standi to apply for maintenance of adult dependent children in the divorce court, not in the maintenance court. This was sorted out on the 19th of October 2022 by Ms. Marie Smith in matter MT versus DWT, and Ms. Smith on her own went to the High Court in George, and she defended the case against the ex-husband and an attorney and senior counsel. She just went over there with a WhatsApp group information and just say, no, Z versus Z says this, and she went ahead with that. Luckily, we had a wonderful judge, Judge Winston Saltana and Judge Nathan Erasmus, that had to decide on the matter, and they decided that yes, women have locus standi in the maintenance court too.
Yeah.
So Z versus Z said women have locus standi in this divorce matters. So DWT versus MP made it clear that women have locus standi in maintenance courts too. Whenever the child is 19 or 20 or 23 or 25, the mother can apply for maintenance on behalf of that child. There is no need for a child, when the child turns 19, to drag the poor child to court while they need to figure out their own life and need to figure out where they're going in life as far as their education or whatever the case might be. Or while they're busy figuring out, must I take this boyfriend or not? That's what they need to be focusing on. Not focused on, "Oh, how much is the electricity bill so that I can tell my daddy in the maintenance court."
Sure.
It cannot be what it should be in our cases.
Yeah.
So if any woman online or over here or any of your friends have a case in the maintenance court, or you know a young student friend of yours that is going to maintenance courts, ask them why. Because DWT says that a mother can have locus standi for her children in the maintenance courts. There's no need for a child to go to a maintenance court and go and fight and say how much the electricity bill is or how much, why is the food bill so high? Because that's what mothers can argue, not a 19-year-old. The reason why I put this picture up is because this is how Amanda ended her talk. She said there's no way she's going to let her children go and suffer for 18 years in the maintenance courts the way she did. And she wants her children to enjoy life.
Yeah.
And that's what they need to be doing, to be jumping into the ocean and swimming and be dealing with that, not in the maintenance courts. So why maintenance officers all over South Africa is forcing 18-year-olds to court needs to stop.
Yeah.
And it is, if you have information, then use that information and ask the question, why are you allowing this child now to come to court while you see this man wants to argue about the 100 cents, but the liquor city license, liquor city is 100 or 200 rand for a bottle of brandy that he will pay, but he's arguing about the electricity bill being a little bit high for this month. That is what women and children have to go through in South Africa. So in our WhatsApp group that Ms. Carnier will speak about, she will explain what we are discussing in order to make things better for the women out there. So Amanda Sturgianos, thank you so much for your presentation that you brought about and for what you said. There's something else that you said, and if you have some time, listen to the August dialogue that you will find on YouTube. And please look at that one section where she shows her blog, how she's been documenting of what she's been going through the court system and everything she documented from the beginning, how she had to make bundles. A woman that do not have a law degree have to make a bundle and get the bundle already and have to find 4 copies of those bundles. That can never be fair to expect that of our women to be able to do. If there is any person online, a mother online, and she's got a 1-year or 2-year-old or any of us sitting in here, and you're not married to the husband at that time, and you're just moving into the maintenance court, if I can give you any advice, I want to give you this advice. Study law. Some say that it is. But you need to, at the end of the day, have a law degree in order to be able to fight their cases. So you might as well, because it's an 18-year battle, unless you use Z versus Z or DWT, it's an 18-year battle. In that time, you can equip yourself with a 5-year legal degree by the time you finish. So within the first 5 years, when you are busy with it, the child can say, my mom is studying with PwC, whatever it might be. Because mothers need to know about bundles. Mothers need to know about interim orders. mothers need to know the civil attachment. They give a mother a JW6, and the mother needs to know whether she wants an emolument attachment order. Just imagine, and I'm not being in any way hypocritical or arbitrary towards any person. Just imagine a lady in a rural area being given a JW6, and they say, no, you need to make a decision whether you want an emolument attachment. I'm from Utenik in the Eastern Cape. I never had a clue what it is. Not, and I'm Afrikaans speaking. I'm just, the was and words, not in the right place, but it's all right. You understand what I'm saying? But the point is, women need to know what a besoldiging beslag is. The word is so long, halfway through you already forget what it is. And that is what women have to face in South Africa. So if you have to face all of that, then you might as well just study law. Because you're going to come out better in 5 years' time than in the next 18 years that you're going to struggle. I told this to social workers too, and I'm telling it now to the public. Study law. It's easy. Who knows that? Here will tell you. Who doesn't know if you slap somebody else, you're going to go to jail? It's easy. I decided to study law because of that time for science and that. I don't know those things. I can't study physics at all. The bomb will explode in the class. So before that happens, then I have to study law. And don't ever get challenged by all those law books that whenever attorney is qualified and they take a picture, everybody thinks, wow, sure. Oh, I can't study law, but ask him of all of those law books. He must just tell you one where he can at least for 10 minutes speak on it. There isn't one law book that I know, any of my colleagues, attorney or advocate that knows that. We only know a little bit, and that's it. If you ask me now about law restrictions, I don't have time for it now. Come talk later. That's what attorneys do. They just know that but they talk as if they know everything. No attorney knows everything.
Yeah.
So I'm telling mothers out there, you can equip yourself with that. And you can be the best in maintenance. Whenever you speak to your friend, just speak about section 10, section 26, all of that. Not this one knows his stuff. But ask them just a snippet of something else, like in my case, if you ask me anything else, if it's not based on family law and the Children's Act and the Maintenance Act or anything else, if it gets to civil law, then all of a sudden, then I've got here, I'll come back to you. Because we only need to know that snippet of the law. So what I'm telling you today is, mothers study law. So except for the fact that you know a little bit, don't study science, Dr. York is there for that. You can't touch them. To study law is the easiest thing that you can study. And that's the only thing. If you ask me any higher question, then I must ask my advocate polite answer because I don't know. So I want to encourage our public, please study law. It's the easiest way that you can somehow put yourself with something of the future. While you're sitting in that maintenance court and that maintenance line, you have to wait there the whole day. So in that time, you can study a whole chapter of criminal law, criminal procedure, and you will actually know it better because while you're sitting, tell the maintenance officer, I'm going to go sit in the bail court to just see what they do. You will learn such a lot while you're in the court system for that 18 years of your child's life. You will be an expert after that period that you will be there. Dr. Ashana Kim, a very dear friend of mine, she, a very gentle person, came and she explained some of the initiatives that she brought about in the Department of Education. And I salute the Department of Education in the Western Cape as well as nationally for what they are doing.
Yeah.
The Department of Education has got 94 social workers in the Western Cape. It's got one of the best departments as far as social services is concerned. The 94 social workers in the Western Cape are all trained in intermediary services, all of them qualified. And so there's another course that is presented later this year for the Department of Education's social workers to be able to do social services, intermediary services. So all of them can act as intermediaries whenever it is needed in cases where they need to deal with intermediary services. They are also trained to deal with mediation. All the Department of Education social workers have that a mediator qualification from FAMAC, and all of them need to those courses. That is the way the Department of Education is skilling their workers in order to be able to deliver a good service to the public. Except for that, towards the end of her presentation, she gave a lot of initiatives, including catering for teenage pregnancies, how they somehow cater for those young ones to make sure that they've got an education background by the time they finalize their and that's beautiful to think of those children and not just to start them and give them one side. So, Dr. Shana Kim, you and your unit, Department of Education, is doing excellent work, and I would like to somehow congratulate your department on what you're doing. That was the presentations, and then the Bongi came and she had a session where she always will say, where are the decision makers? The tune that Bongi have been advocating over the years is, where are the decision makers? The decision makers are never over here, or if they are online, how can they assist? How can they bring something to the table? And that is the common trait that Bongi have been advocating over the years. I want to end up with one last thing. I'm concerned about the well-being of women and children in South Africa. Because women have struggled in the maintenance courts to get maintenance. Section 10(6), or let me start with the Constitution. Section 28(1)(h) of our Constitution says women, children in any of these type of matters, civil matters, where any of their rights will be affected, then they have got a right to legal representation. The Legal Aid Board says the opposite. No, you must first have a legal representative in order for a mother to qualify for a legal representative or an attorney in a case of a maintenance matter. There must be the respondent must have an attorney. That's not what Section 21(h) is saying. We cannot change the Constitution or any piece of legislation to fit us. We cannot, maintenance officers cannot make the legislation fit them by saying that Section 10(6) says that an interim order can be granted. But when they get to court, when mothers get to court, they say, no, we don't deal with that here. There's no such thing. If the Act makes provision for it, then how can maintenance officers say something different? If Section 11(1) says that a mother can get subsistence and retirement allowance, how can a magistrate say that, no, but you apply for maintenance, why are you wanting now taxi fare? That's nonsense. The Act makes it clear that in terms of Section 11(1), a mother can ask for subsistence and retirement allowance, that is taxi fare, as well as a forfeited wage for that day. Then who is a maintenance officer and who is a magistrate to come and tell a mother she cannot claim that? Because Regulation 5 says that if they only speak about a respondent, that is what the magistrates are saying. We cannot help for that. And that's why we are schooling Ms. Liesel Khan here and Ms. Haas, schooling our mothers, 300 mothers in our code, that this is what you say, this is how you say it. And that's how we somehow build up towards the Law Commission Paper 157 and the Justice Portfolio Committee representation. We will flood Parliament. They must be ready for us. We are going to make it known, and we're going to set up a video link. If Ms. Ridgway in Durban needs to connect, then we will make it possible. If Cara needs to connect in Gauteng, or Ms. Brown needs to connect in Gauteng, we will make that possible. But Parliament is going to hear the voice of women. And we don't care whoever says. There's no such thing that the magistrate can come and tell you you can't complain. The Magistrates Commission has not been updated up till today. There's a Mr. Dow that is the contact person. you're going to send a complaint about a rude magistrate to that days, then it's going to go nowhere because Mr. Dowd is not in that unit anymore. Mr. Michael Nevo took over, but he's not updated on the system.
Sure.
All over, we have these things where things are just being left the way it is. But women need to stand up and say that service delivery, Section 10(6) says I can get an interim order. I didn't get my interim order. Section 11(1) says I can get subsistence and table allowance. I didn't get it because Regulation 5 only referred to respondents. Section 26(2) says that you have to wait for 10 days in order to claim for emolument attachment order or for to claim an asset. In a case where he's in default, it must be 10 days in default in order for you to be able to claim any of the civil attachment, civil remedies that's out there. Tell a child that no, there's no brain over here. You have to wait 10 days until the 10 days is over. I don't know how these legislation is somehow being made, but I, as a coach of stature, have to somehow implement it. But women have a voice and they can make their voice heard. So let the women of South Africa make their voice heard.
Yeah.
But I started off saying that I'm concerned about the mental health of women. Mental health, a woman in Port Elizabeth committed suicide with her children. And we cannot allow more of these women to commit suicide because of poverty, because of non-existent fathers, or for a social grant that is not being paid out. We are failing our future. Ellen Payton wrote a book, Cry the Beloved Country. About time that we write a book, Cry the Beloved Justice System, because our justice system is busy failing our. And if we are not going to stand together and somehow make it heard, and complain to service delivery, complain to the court manager, complain to the area court manager, complain to the director for the regional Department of Justice in that province, complain to service delivery, complain to the Magistrates Commission. If a prosecutor is in the Western Cape, rude to you, not just maintenance, any case, there's an email address, cclerk@npa.gov.za, cclerk@npa.gov.za, cclerk, cclerk@npa.gov.za. That's the Western Cape one. I don't know the national one. It's communications@npa.gov.za, communications@npa.gov.za. If a prosecutor is rude to you and tell you when you come with your maintenance case to him and want to ask him something, he says, yeah, I don't have time for it now. If any of them are rude to you or in any way not treat you with dignity as the service delivery charter says, we take it on. There's no way a prosecutor will ever be rude to you. Even myself, if I'm rude to you, will say something that is inappropriate. You got a right to complain to cclerk@npa.gov.za or communications@npa.gov.za. But use these in order to complain. If nobody listens to you, then we go to Parliament next year and say that Rita spoke to me in that way and he didn't deal with my case appropriately. But you can complain against each and every prosecutor, or you complain to that maintenance officer that didn't deal with you on the notice board that is out there. If we don't do it for our mothers and for our children now, and we fail them, then we will be crying towards the end. Cry the beloved maintenance board. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Advocate Generations. Again, from the mothers, thank you for what you're doing for us and for our children. Thank you for the passion and the commitment. You don't have to do what you do for us. You're going above and beyond, and we're so grateful. And our children. So, okay, no emotions today. So thank you so much. And we're just going to take about 10 minutes to do a Q&A session. So if you have any questions to ask generators, I would like to ask you to just come to the front so that the people online can also hear the questions. So just go to about 10 minutes. Keep your questions short, to the point, just so that we can give everyone a chance to ask questions. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to come to the front, please. And those who are watching online, if you also have a question, please do send it through and we'll be able to read it out for you.
If you don't want to, I know some people might be camera shy, don't want to be on camera. If you want to ask it then for me to interpret it, then I will do so. Or else, if you want to ask in English or Afrikaans, then you can't speak. Unfortunately, also, unless Bongi will be able to answer that. I can only speak 3 languages, English, Afrikaans, and a lot of my wife says I got a 3rd language nonsense. I only know those 3 languages. So if it's not in any of those 3 languages, then I can't. So if there are questions, Mr. Arnser is not here. Mr. Arnser always say, yeah, but it's a dialogue, but we don't give people an opportunity to ask questions. So we are giving an opportunity. Ruby, is there maybe somebody online? Nobody online. It's not working somehow. We couldn't get that to work. Okay, if there's no questions. Wow. Wait. Oh, yes, there's a question. Do you want to come to the front? Okay. Okay, you can ask your question. Yes. No. Do you want to go on with your question?
So the child, by the child is alive, and the father is wrong, and the child.
Sure.
Or does it have to be the biological mother
Okay. Okay, Goliath, do you want to answer? Okay. The question is, if it is not the biological parents, can somebody else apply for maintenance on behalf of it? Maybe the grandmother or the aunt is then acting as the primary caregiver. If you look at the definition in the Children's Act Section 1, have a definition of care. That definition also includes extended family or whoever it might be. Because what sometimes happens is the mother is working. The mother can't be there 24/7 to look after the child or whatever the case might be. Because that's the reason why she's in the maintenance court, because he's not paying his maintenance. So she sent the child to the Eastern Cape or to KwaZulu-Natal to extended family member to take care of that child. But she's still applying over here. And a lot of men go to court and then say, yeah, but the child is not living with her. Why must I pay her? If she have an arrangement with the extended family member to take care of that child, one of 2 things can happen. She can apply on her own in the Western Cape for the maintenance of the child that is in the Eastern Cape or wherever, or the primary caregiver can apply over there wherever the child is. And it doesn't need to be a court order that says you got a primary care, you're not the foster. It doesn't need to say that. Care is any arrangement that have been made to somehow take care of them. And you'll find that in Section 1 of the Children's Act. When you look at the definition of care, it also include the extended family of the person. So the uncle or aunt or anyone else can then apply for maintenance of a child. The SA Law Commission in paper 157 also now include anyone can apply for maintenance of the child. So it's not just limited to the biological mother or biological father. It can be an uncle or aunt. The paper 157 even now says a social worker can apply on behalf of the child. So when the social worker see the child is in need of care and there is a biological mother or father that can assist in the financial needs of the child, then in those cases, even the social worker can apply on behalf of that person. The Act goes further. Anyone that have a vested interest in that child can apply for maintenance. So the neighbor can say, oh, that kind is is being neglected or is not being taken care of. And she asked her neighbor, but Sina, why are you not going to the maintenance school? No, when I went there, they told me to come back and they gave me, and that's what happens. They give them these forms, and this lady is not literate. She didn't go to school. Then to avoid the humiliation, then she decided, "Here, come on, that well, even if Sasa lanes down, Sasa don't ask those many questions." Then because of that, they don't want to approach it. But anyone that has a vested interest in terms of paper 157 will now be able to apply. The social worker, the neighbor, or anyone that have a vested interest in the well-being of that child. Excellent question. But primary care, whoever's got primary care of that child can apply. Jen, do you have a question? Oh, okay.
Okay, so my first question, this is my first time attending this. So my first question is, because I'm someone who believes in the importance of the skill impact, what has been done to also educate them on their responsibility. Yes, it's important what has been done, but women are educated, that they're able to stand up and all.
Yeah.
Now, what has been done about them, because they need to understand, again, when you are not taking care of your kids, what happens? Yeah. You understand?
Yeah.
So now they have the attitude that they have.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's nothing.
Yeah.
They can't feel comfortable because there's nothing being done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's your one question, and the other one.
Yes. The second question is, in the event that this child is no longer, and has a chronic illness that causes them they can't work or they can't be by themselves. There's a case, there is a lady, a 30-year-old. She used to live in Joburg, her father said, because she had an illness of severe, and yeah, so she falls and then she gets herself up. My father said, come live with me. He's got a wife that's not a mother. And he feels that this is too much for him. Oh, and she has no one. She literally is embarrassed everywhere, living with people, and people can't stay too long with her because it's too much for them. So in a case like that, what should she do?
Excellent, beautiful questions. Don't go all the way from Kayamandi here. Now, it's things like this that touch me. Bongi's going to be crying after this. But thank you so much for making time to get here. I appreciate it. And we are the ambassadors of the community dialogue. Just want to say thank you. The first question, good Clyde, you want to answer? The first question is, what is being done about men to make sure that men also get information, understanding their rights and responsibilities? And the second question is, the 30-year-old, if she's got a financial need or maintenance need, where can she go for help? First, if you want to add, you can just add. The Department of Justice has got a program called the Men's Forum. In the Men's Forum, we educate men about their rights and all of those things. I've been asked on a few occasions to come and address the Men's Forum. So the Department of Justice, there's a wonderful human being, Mr. Dersham, in Kuilsrivier. He is one of the chairpersons, the court manager of Kuilsrivier, close to Stellenbosch. He is one of the Men's Forum chairpersons, and he also leads with some of the other men from the department. So the Men's Forum will deal with any of those type of cases wherever it is needed in order to make sure that men are being educated about their rights as far as it's concerned. During 16 days of activism, we also make sure that men are being brought in where we speak to men about their rights. Initiatives that I've done is I speak at churches, where I speak to congregations, and it's up to all of us, just not me, speak about the rights of maintenance at these places. Ask the prosecutor to come and explain that, or ask somebody, a law student from UWC, to come and explain what are maintenance all about. And if the law students want to get a PowerPoint presentation that Advocate Pillai and I compile, we will make it available, and you go out and spread it at a church group or spread it at the university during lunch hours or whatever. But that is a way that we can deal with those type of matters. The 30-year-old, in the case of 30-year-olds that are in need, Section 2 of the Maintenance Act says any relationship can give rise to a maintenance need. It doesn't say age. So a 30-year-old can claim maintenance either from the other family members of hers, whether it's a brother or sister or a father that's alive. Any of them, she can claim maintenance from him. So all she needs to do is she goes to Stellenbosch Court. If she is in Kayamani, she goes to Stellenbosch Court, speak to Mr. Barrett Williams, tell Mr. Barrett Williams. I'll give you all the details. Mr. Williams is one of the most humblest of people. He's the court manager. Mr. Barrett Williams will assist her and will make sure that she just needs to make sure that she gives the details of the father in wherever he is, and if there's any other family members, brothers and sisters. There is no, we cannot claim it from uncles or aunts or step family. But if you have any other relative that is alive, then we can claim it from him. We summon them in terms of the section 9.2 to the maintenance court, and then they will have to come deal with it from here on. But there are ways that we can do it. Jenny had a question too. Then I will. Okay. Jen, I'll be back now. I quickly need to sort out the emergency.
Okay, thank you very much, Advocate Generators. She will be that presentation later. We're going to introduce our next speaker. One of the ambassadors, Ms. Ronelle Rand. We actually call her our very own high-risk investigator. She's going to be talking about what to do when respondent denied his father. And she'll also address or look at whether Section 26 interim orders are possible when fathers denied paternity. Thank you very much for educating us today on DNA and paternity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Ronelle Rand.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, just making sure that everyone hear me at the back. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all our online attendees for today. And then obviously everyone sitting here this morning, thank you so much for being here and for offering your time. Thank you to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Dennis York and Sister Patricia Burr. Thank you for people in the legal fraternity, and then most of all, thank you for us as the layperson that have no idea what's going on here, like myself. But this is exactly why I'm here. It's because I'm also a layperson. I'm just surrounded by people that have knowledge of all these acts and sections, and it can become very confusing. And I want everyone to be on the same page. So apologies for people that obviously on a higher level concerning the legalities of the sections. I apologize in advance. So my presentation today is regarding Section 21 of the Maintenance Act, and it's got to do with tests. I'm not too sure. I will be, as usual, I won't stick 100% to what's on there, so please bear with me. Basically, what I want to tell women or mothers approaching the maintenance court is, first of all, what's extremely important is the minute you get to a maintenance court, the first thing, one of the first things that you need to do is make sure that if the respondent, and I know I'm making an assumption here, but let's say the respondent is the father, and he is present, please make sure that the paternity form is completed and signed. It will be signed by both you, the applicant, as well as the respondent, because we have been getting a lot of emails, a lot of requests I've seen on Facebook, on the platform, on different Facebook groups, that eventually when a mother or an applicant gets to court, which you all know can take months, if not years, then eventually when there's a court date, on that specific date, then the respondent all of a sudden are not the father anymore.
Yeah.
Then the paternity is the issue. And then everything that you've done up until that stage, all the months, all the years of filing things, making sure that the respondent has been served, making sure your file is there, making sure there's copies, etc., will be in vain.
Sure.
Because then everyone needs to go back to make sure that he is indeed the father. So this is extremely important. There's a document, a form. I'm not too sure if they will put up the slide soon, but there's a form that I'm just quickly going to discuss. So I'm going to discuss it. They will put it up on the slide soon. And it's obviously in connection with the DNA test. So the authority, as I mentioned before, is Section 21. Is Section 21 of the Maintenance Act. Paternity form. That's it. So there you'll see it. So that is the form that I just discussed. So when you get to the maintenance court, the maintenance clerk or the maintenance officer, you know we sit there for hours and hours. So when you're not studying for your law degree, you can read through the form, and when you get to the maintenance officer's office, please ask the respondent to sign this paternity form. Then you know, and in no doubt, that he is the father. So going forward, there might be, things going, I won't say wrong, but I mean, there could be other things hampering the process, but at least the paternity is sorted.
Yeah.
Because it actually gets to a point that, and I don't want to be technical, but as you would all know, there's like what we call a Section 6, what is an informal inquiry in the maintenance officer's office. Thereafter, if the maintenance officer thinks it needs to go through to a formal inquiry before a magistrate, what we call a Section 10 inquiry, then you and the respondent, and if you have legal representation, will be in front of a magistrate. An order may or may not be made, but let's say, for instance, I'm just going to make an example, an order is made now, and that person defaults on that specific order. Now you want to get someone like Advocate Rates to prosecute. A lot of the time, so now this has been coming months, years. Now you're already at a Section 51 prosecution, criminal. Now all of a sudden, once again, oh no, I'm not the father. But it's being the matter, remember it's you and your child that does not have suffered in the interim. So this is extremely important. Please make sure that you complete the form with the respondent sitting there. Then there's no issue regarding paternity. I'm just going to quickly go to the second form. So whilst you are reading through this paternity form and doing your legal degree, there's another form called your explanation of rights. I'm not going to go through that at all. You will be able to read that by yourself. I just need to inform you that that also is very important. It's
extremely important rights that you, as the applicant, should be aware of. Because remember now, I've said this a million times and I will say this a million times. If you don't know your rights, you are not able to enforce your rights.
Yeah.
And that's why we are here. Thank you so much for coming through for the first time. Welcome, and thank you so much for coming through all the signs from Kayamati. We really appreciate it. But if you don't know these rights, there's no way you will be able to do it.
Yeah.
And that's why we are here. That's why we are here to educate everyone. So whatever level you are on, we are here to educate. That's why we have these community dialogues. Just on that note as well, please remember to go onto the website, the www.childmaintenance.org.za website. There's I would say it's a library. It's like I know Advocate Ratus and Mr. Eugene Opperman did a lot of work. I'm sure there's other ladies, so apologies, possibly Liesel. I'm not sure who assisted with the website with all the documents, but extremely valuable tool. There's pro forma affidavits. Because I didn't know what an affidavit looked like a few years ago. I had no idea how to write.
Yeah.
But now you can go onto the website.
Yeah.
You have a look at the affidavit. You just obviously change the wording to suit your own story.
Yeah.
There's case law. There's the specific forms that you would need. It's magical what they created here. So please make sure to use it, and then please get the word out as well. You all have sisters or friends or people in church or people at your gym, or please get the word out. Please assist. Let's help one another. As Advocate Ratus said, it's Ubuntu. We should help one another. So I'm not going to go through that. Everyone can read that. I don't want to get too technical. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that there is a form. And whilst you're sitting in the queue, and you will be sitting in the queue, then you can read through that as well. Just want to quickly go to the paternity. So I'm going to quickly touch on DNA tests, but there is, like I said, some very esteemed speakers here who will go into details regarding DNA. What I can say from my side is, as I mentioned before, the paternity test and the DNA test authority you will get in Section 21 of our Maintenance Act. It is important that maintenance staff sort out paternity at the first appearance at the maintenance inquiry. If not sorted out during the maintenance inquiry, it can become a challenge, like I said earlier, in later years during a Section 31 prosecution. If accused denied paternity or where the respondent father passed away, and we want to request the grandparents, because remember you are able to do that, to contribute to maintenance of their grandchildren. How? As I said before, in the mornings when you sit in the queue, please make sure that you read through it, and when you get to the maintenance office, when you sit in front of the maintenance officer, sign that form and make sure that the respondent also sign the form. I'm just going to quickly just read Section 21 to you. So Section 21 says the following: orders relating to scientific tests regarding paternity. If the maintenance officer is of the opinion, A, that the paternity of any child is in dispute, B, that the mother of such child, as well as the person who is allegedly the father of such child, are prepared to submit themselves, as well as such child, if the mother has parental authority over the said child, to the taking of blood samples in order to carry out scientific tests regarding the paternity of that child, and C, that such mother or such person or both such mother and such person are unable to pay the costs involved in carrying out of such scientific tests,
The maintenance officer, this is very important, may at any time during the inquiry in question, but before the maintenance court makes an order under section 16, request the maintenance court to hold an inquiry referred to in subsection 2. I know this is very technical, I just want everyone to understand that. You will get the case that the father says, oh no, but I don't have money for these things. So I'll get to that now. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands this as well. And then, as I said now, then the maintenance officer can ask the court to hold an inquiry before a court order is made. Number 2, if the maintenance officer so requests, the maintenance court may, in a summary manner, inquire into A, the means of the mother of the child, as well as the person who is allegedly the father of the child, and B, the other circumstances which should, in the opinion of the maintenance court, be taken into consideration. At the conclusion of the inquiry, referred to in subsection 2, the maintenance court may, not must, may, A, make such provisional order as the maintenance court may think fit relating to the payment of the costs involved in carrying out the scientific tests in question, including a provisional order directing the state to pay the whole or any part of such costs, make no order, and then 4, when a maintenance court subsequently makes any order under section 16, the maintenance court may, A, make an order confirming the provisional order referred to in subsection 3A, or B, set aside such provisional or substitute, therefore, any order which the maintenance court may consider just relating to the payment of these costs involved in the carrying out of these scientific tests in question. So the DNA paternity test costs, I'm not too sure if it's only still 2,500 rand. Might have increased, so bear with me on that. This is what I have in front of me. Procedure, I'm not going to go through that. I feel Dr. Dennis York will definitely take you through the procedure and explain in detail what it entails. But I can say that if the father passes away, it is possible to get DNA from the grandparents as well. So I will say that. I don't know how they do it. They know exactly how they do it. And he will speak to that. But I just want to make sure that everyone understands that it is possible. So say the respondent in the unfortunate event that he passed away, it is possible to still get the DNA from the grandparents. And then I just want to go to the section 36 of the Children's Act. So as I said before, what we are dealing with in terms of paternity test is section 21 of the Maintenance Act and in section 36 of the Children's Act. So where father, because this will happen a lot, deny paternity, the maintenance officer can conduct an inquiry in terms of section 36 of the Children's Act. If it established that the parties were in a sexual relationship during conception of the baby, the maintenance officer can invoke the provisions of section 36 and find that there is a presumption that the respondent is the father and request an interim maintenance order in terms of section 10(6) of the Maintenance Act, pending the outcome of the DNA test. I'm just quickly going to go to section 36. It says, if in any legal proceedings in which it is necessary to prove that any particular person is the father of a child born out of wedlock, it is provided that the person has sexual intercourse with the mother of the child at any time when that child could have been conceived, that person, in the absence of evidence, because at that stage there would be no evidence, to the contrary, which raises a reasonable doubt, presumed to be biological father of the child. And down to the slide. Apology. Slides. And so basically, as I said before, if we talk about paternity test, Section 21 of the Maintenance Act comes into play. Section 36 of the Children's Act comes into play. If the respondent passed away, it is possible to still get the DNA from the grandparents. An interim order can be made, not will, but can be made from court. And yes, the costs at this stage, what I have in front of me was R2,500, which can be the state. So say in case the father says, oh no, sorry, but he doesn't have the money at that stage. The maintenance officer can ask the court that the state in the interim pay for these costs in order to get the DNA, in order to, obviously then there's evidence that that person is the father. And the state may recoup that money again from the father, like back pay, so they can pay upfront to enable them to get the evidence via the DNA test to ensure that the maintenance order can be made. I don't know if there's anything else I need to add. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much for being here. And I'm looking forward to all of the other speakers, especially the Dr. Dennis York. Thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navas. I'm going to take another 5 to 10 minutes. If anyone has questions before
What I wanted to ask is that we all here to contribute towards getting a clarity around maintenance issues. And in coming to the dialogue this morning, the Uber driver was asking me where I'm going to and chatting. I just want to know, how do we answer when people ask us questions around what we're doing or where we're going. So I told him about the dialogue, and so he responded by saying that the mom of his child has blocked him on every single platform, and she doesn't even want to have any of the finances from him. So what is his way forward towards having some sort of relationship with his child and diffusing all this animosity?
Well, thank you, Jane. So see, some people that can't get a taxi use an Uber. The commitment of people to be here. Thank you so much, Jane. I wish I could improve it, but I can just give you a bottle of water. Okay. Advocacy and lobbying, how do you advocate and say out there to people where they can get information? If you go on the website www.childmaintenance.org.za, you will find when our next dialogue will be. You will find information on lunch and learn dialogues where in minute detail we are discussing a lot of topics pertaining to maintenance. So www.childmaintenance.org.za, you'll find all the information pertaining to all the dialogues. You'll find pre-recorded versions of the dialogue. You can go on YouTube and look for community dialogue on maintenance, and there you will also find all the pre-recorded dialogues that is out there, and that's the one way. Also, we are using the Quicket ticket system. So on Quicket, towards the second week in October or the next dialogue, then on Quicket, if you put in SOCA Community Dialogue, SOCA, SOCA Community Dialogue, you will find a way that you can register. We are also on Facebook, and on Facebook, you just look for NPA Community Dialogue, or for Community Dialogue, or for Lunch and Learn. you search any of those, you will find more information about the dialogues that we are having in the Western Cape pertaining to it. So that's all the sources or places we can get information. Thank you for the question, Jen. The second leg of your question, sorry. Oh, yes, yeah. In a case where the taxi driver says that he is being blocked by the mother and whatever the case might be, and you would like to get TNXs in terms of Section 10(1) capital A, Section 10(1) capital A of the Maintenance Act. The Act provides that in a case where there are any problems pertaining to care and contact, then the father can approach the maintenance court, and the maintenance court will get the Office of the Family Advocate involved in order to get care and contact arrangements to be sorted out. Or else you can just approach the Office of the Family Advocate and then ask that they assist in order to get care and contact arrangements to be sorted out. If he wants to, he can also approach the Children's Court and then complete what we call a Form 2, J767. That Form 2 you complete, and then you can just on the Form 2 explain that he's got problems seeing his child, that he would like to see the child, and they would like that Children's Court to start an investigation into the rights or his rights as the father. And you need to do it at the closest court where the child lives. So he cannot be over here and the children are in Johannesburg and then do it that way. He needs to approach the closest court to where the child lives. You cannot, in a case where he lives in Kayamandi and then he wants to get the rights being sorted out. The Stellenbosch court will help him, but they will tell him that he need to approach the closest court to where the children live in order to get those rights sorted out. Thanks, Jane. Okay. Are you asking me questions? Yeah.
Even though we still
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. So ours for the online viewers is saying that even where a father is in arrears with his maintenance or not contributing or unemployed, he still have a right to see his child and build that family bond with the child, even if he can't afford it at that moment in time. There are other means. The paper 157 even speaks about payment in kind. Payment in kind can include that if he is selling food on the streets, then he can take fruit and vegetables to the house. Or if he's selling chickens in Nyanga, then he can take one of those chickens for them to slaughter and then have some other type of meal at the house. But in any other forms that he can contribute to it, then obviously he can. Paper 157 in Chapter 5 also deals with mediation in maintenance matters. Chapter 2 deals with maintenance matters, mediation in maintenance matters. And I'm a proponent and supporter of mediation in maintenance matters. Get a mediator to mediate a parental plan between the parties, and that parental plan can be made a court order. So if I should give any advice is go on the site www.childmaintenance.org. There are two parenting plans on that site. It's called generic. Just put in when you go on the site, put in generic parenting plan. You'll get two parenting plans. The one that is the generic parenting plan used in the Children's Court and the generic parenting plan used in the High Court. Download it and in that case, discuss it with your girlfriend. Listen, I would like to bond with my child and then make that arrangement. So once you know what all of the things are that the family advocate or the Children's Court will look at, then you are better prepared instead of going that day, completing a Form 2 and having to go back and forth. If you get to the Children's Court, go prepared and say, I've got my Form 2, these are the rights that I want to do. I downloaded a copy from the generic parenting plan from the www.childmaintenance.org.za website, and these are my rights that I would like to you to look at. During that session with the mediator, or with the clerk at the children's court, or with the Office of the Family Advocate's advocate, that are the document that they will use, and will look at things like birthdays, your birthday, what do you want during your birthday, what do you want during holidays, what do you want during Christmas holidays, and all of those things can be discussed during that compilation of the parenting plan. But all of that can be done. Your source of authority is Section 10(1)(a), capital A of the Maintenance Act. You can also look at Section 32 and 33 of the Children's Act 38 of 2005, and you'll get a lot of information on the. The lady over here also had a question.
Yes, thank you for the question,
Jenny?
Jenny. Thank you. I also wanted to ask that second question is in the case of failed paternity test, let's say this guy has been maintaining this child and truly believes he's in for some reason later.
Yeah.
What the remedies are, can he claim for
Yeah.
whereas misleading and
Yes.
the second question is how can one or rather okay I would like to have these in my community. Actually, I am planning to having talk from the workshop next month in my community. How can I get it? How can I
Do it in your community.
Yes.
Beautiful question, and thank you for the zeal that you're showing. Let me first start with the civil recourse. In a case where a father finds out that he's actually not the father of the child and have been supporting for a few years, then he can file a civil claim in either the civil court, in the small claims court, if it is less than 20,000 or 22,000 in the small claims court. If it's more than that, the amount that he already contributed, then he can claim in one of the other civil courts for an amount that is out of jurisdiction of the small claims court. But if it started off in the small claims court without an attorney, or if it is in any other court, then you can do so in the other claim that back. I do not in any way speak about that. If the guy gets his test back and it is negative and he's not the father, then I say, you're not the father, so you don't have that responsibility. Go enjoy your Christmas, because now she needs to go back and go and find out with whom she had a sexual relation during that time, and it might be that she's not sure, and I don't encourage it. Just ask them to just let it go and move on, because it puts an extra financial burden on that lady in order then to find out who the person is. We'll get to the question. So the other point is, how do we get us to come involved, speak to Bongi, and then we can arrange it, even if we have to do it in a language that is more predominant in that area. We've got other speakers that are quite good. I will also be there. I've been to Stellenbosch, Mr. Eugene Opperman and I had 2 sessions that was arranged by the Stellenbosch Law Faculty, and we did it, or we tried to have one at Fraser State in one of the main states where the law faculty and law clinic is.
Yeah.
Yes, and we spoke to Josie Parks, and Ms. Parks arranged that we came and we were over there on 2 Saturdays that we had sessions, but it doesn't mean that we can't do it again if there's a need. And now with 16 days of activism starting 25 November, there will be a need. Just speak to our ambassador here, and then we can come and facilitate it over there and make sure that everyone else also be there. If there are some law students that want to join us and what they've learned today, they want also, then I can always make some concession and allow one of our students to also assist me. I'm always in favor of making sure that somebody else share the stage, not just me speaking over here the whole time. So it's open to. Are we going to take the other questions? Two more. Oh, okay. Two more questions, and then yeah. Sure. Okay. So the question is, what if the respondent is a danger to the children or to the mother or whatever the case might be, but he's paying maintenance. So how do you then deal with it? And now he comes and he wants his parenting plan and he wants his rights to be enforced. My colleague Peter, who's not here, but he is online, he would have told you there are different types of access. You can get restricted access or you can get supervised access, but there are different ways. The mere fact that he's paying maintenance doesn't mean that he now has blanket rights in order to see the children. If he is in any way a danger to the children, either abusing drugs or using alcohol or whatever the case might be, then you can say, I'm willing to concede to can access rights, but restricted access. I want to be there, see what you're doing. We're only going to go to Wumpy. You buy the Wumpy meal over there for the 30 breakfast, whatever. That's what you're going to buy. Where I can sit over there and view what is happening. Or we're going to go to Spur and we're going to buy the sun blazer for breakfast. I know all the breakfast. We're going to just have that breakfast. But that is how you can arrange it. You can decide what is acceptable to you, and when the child starts building a relationship um, with the father, you don't have to now. He's paying attention to level of vacancy, and he wants to come and fetch the child because he wants to take his child to the grandmother because the grandmother wants to see the child. It doesn't work like that. If I have to go, you can say no. In this case, I wanted to go to the courts and then get a court order that determined that. Look on child maintenance.org, there are two generic ones. That is what you can concede to. Even those ones you can negotiate and say, no, I'm not willing to do this. I want him to be half of the holiday period with me, the other half. You don't have to concede to anything.
Yeah.
You can even nominate an uncle or aunt in case the two of you don't get along or there's a domestic violence order. You can say, no, but I'll nominate my aunt to be there whenever he takes the child to Wimpy or to Spur, where she can view and watch what he do and how he do things. But you don't have to just give your child over to him. Excellent question.
Just to add on to that, I was in court the other day and the hospital
Yeah.
the mother was told,
Yeah.
the mother was told that it's basically to visit in child and supervision, which is really the child that statements which go
Yeah.
the mother refuses to visit that night. And this poor child is longing for my uncle.
Yeah.
It's really longing that it will be.
Yes.
So I just think that now you would issue with it was as maybe it's not a complicated the child will feel like you don't want to you don't
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So now I have a work of company which is occupational therapy.
Yes.
People come from a class sort of a
Yeah.
so it's from their life. But now back to the child from that she might feel down. You know,
Yeah.
so how do I get push I'm also blocked now. How do I get the parents to acknowledge that the child loves me and she wants to see?
Yeah. The NAS water case says that we can't compel a person to engage with the child if
Yeah.
they don't want to.
Yeah.
But in a case where there's possibilities, and that's why I believe in mediation, that's why I believe in the beauty of dialogue.
Yeah.
If they can speak to the mother separately and tell her, maybe even show her videos where the child engaged and say how she feels about her mother and want to see her mother, that can maybe be the catalyst that somehow change the perception of the mother in order to be open to a care and access arrangement. But it can start off with something small like that and then take it from there, where the mediator, they call it shuttle mediation. She shuttle between different people. You first speak to the mother, find out why you don't want to be part of it. Then after that, then you speak to the other related family, deal with it in that way. But in that way, it can start off and even have a FGC, family growth conferencing, and have the extended family there and somehow show her that this child will need to have a bond with you in order for her to form her identity and for her to then take it from there. Excellent. And one question.
Okay, mine is not a question about please make sure that the principal
Yeah.
and then so make sure by all the school is
Excellent. Well,
Yeah.
well done.
So that's the.
Thank you. So the advice from one of the delegates for our online viewers is that we need to, in the case where we go to Kayamandi and Stellenbosch, to involve the principals at the local schools in order to get a bigger audience that will be able to attend such a session.
Yeah. My question just on, sorry, just on the DNA and paternity. I just want to make sure that I heard correctly that if the father says, okay, this is my child, I want a DNA for a paternity test. And Renel mentioned that the state will pay for that.
Yeah.
If they're not paying for travel allowance and stuff,
Yeah.
are they quick to pay for the paternity test? And what does the process look like? Is it easy? Do I have to who completes the form? What does the process look like practically?
Yeah.
If it's like, well, he's not my child, but then I don't have money for the paternity test.
Yeah.
Okay, just take us through that process, please.
If you look at section 21 says the maintenance officer can do a feasibility test. A feasibility test to see whether the respondent can pay for it or not. If he can't pay for it, then by state expense, the state will pay for it in order to then make it possible for the state to then carry the financial cost of conducting these tests. The reason why we're doing that is section 10.6 says we need to expedite this matter.
Okay.
We can't wait for him to now save the 2,500 and we ask him now, all right, how long is it going to take to get the 2,500? And he says, I think I need 6 months to save. So now that means we have to wait 6 months in order to get that. So we can't wait that long. So then the state will stand in, pay for it. Once it's conducted and the test comes out and it's positive, then the prosecute or the maintenance officer can bring a claim against him in order to claim that back. Sister Mrs. Pietberg have done that a lot, especially in Philippi. There's a lot of those cases. She can even explain that better than me, and how they then will liaise with the court and find out if, in terms of their serial numbers, the court paid that amount. If it was paid, then obviously then they can either recoup it from the respondent, from the father, or else they will just let it go in those cases. But the state can pay for it. The state can also pay for attachment of assets. I will explain that later on.
Wonderful, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next guest speaker. We have Dr. Dennis York from Molanila Diagnostic Services, NPA. And going to come and talk about Section 21 of Maintenance Act, which is the DNA test. But before he does his presentation, we're going to have Ms. Petberg, Ms. Monique Stein, and Ms. Joyce Mafreka come to just do a bit of a demonstration in terms of how the DNA and fertility tests are done. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Petberg, Ms. Monique Stein, and Joyce Mafreka, and then after that, we're going to welcome Dr. York to do his presentation.
So often we get, first of all, that the magistrate authorize the table. Then the request will come to us to give them a quote. Then we wait for the purchase of that equipment. The problem is also there's so much work involved. There are a lot of times the parties don't even quit. So, and I think that they must make emphasis that the state is assisting them, but they need to come to court, because very often, by the end of the year, we've got a pile there, maintenance officers, but the accounts people, a lot of stuff, the purchase orders that have never been used. Not that they get paid for, they must just understand that only gets paid once we done the test, we invoice, then we get paid, then they will get their result. But it's just that there is a lot of paperwork involved in getting that document. So they just need to stress that it actually is, it does take a lot of time and effort, so they must acknowledge that. Okay. My colleague we're going to demonstrate the test.
Morning. So when we got into the we obviously and the main the first thing we look at when we look at the file is the file reference. We look at the mother's ID, the child's birth certificate, and then we have to often ask the fathers for their ID when they come in. And one of the fathers generally begin to bring their ID or their driver's license. So they are not supposed to be doing the test without verifying that this is the person in front of us. So it causes a delay. You could ask them to try and get a photo on the phone or get somebody to bring the ID. So firstly, going forward, if we could ask, start putting forward to the maintenance officers when they get a copy of the mother's ID and the child's birth certificate, at the same time that they get a copy of either the father's ID or the mother's license. I understand the father or the alleged father is not always there at the time, but leaving up to us, coming to the court if that document can be obtained and put into the file. Okay, so when we start the test, the partner in front of us, we generally start by introducing ourselves and saying, this is Pat, I'm Monique from NPA, the Diagnostic Services. We don't work for the court specifically, we work independently with all the courts in West Region. We then explain how we're going to do the test. I explain while Pat is doing the paperwork, it's quite a lengthy process, just so that they can understand what's ahead of them. A lot of the time, if we do the paperwork first and carry on with that and then get explaining, some people get anxious waiting and thinking they're going to have blood drawn in one of those, where you get quite nervous thinking you're going to have an look into you, and it's actually not that at all. So we changed our way of reading. So it all comes together. It all comes together in a pack of 3. So this is the brown envelope we put the receipt into. We have the test kit, which is sealed. We have the tamper-proof bag, which ultimately all the paperwork ends up in. It's sealed in front of the partner and signed before given away. So the proof of payment would then go into here initially. We then show them the test kit is sealed. Going to break the seal in front of you, and we're going to write all 3 names on the card. Assuming that's one child involved in this case. So we would then open the test kit. We would take it out, and we would show them that the test kit is blank. And we're going to write the names on the card. It's their responsibility to check that the names are written correctly before we start the test. For the adults, we always use this finger of the hand that they are not writing with because they're going to sign off of it. So if they sign it with their right hand, we will be using the left hand, this finger. For the child, usually we would be using the thumb, any thumb, because they don't sign, unless the child is under 2, then we would do it So assuming that the paperwork has now been done, we would then write the mother's name, the alleged father, and the child. We would then go to each person respectively and ask them to check your initials and your surname. Is that written correctly? Your child's name, is that correct? We go to the alleged father, initial surname, is that correct? Okay, so we verified our information. You would put your finger and the child's finger or heel and insert it above your name. Your father, we would put your finger and insert it above your name. And now we are ready to actually start with the test.
Sorry, and we change gloves after each person. So we'll try and possibly do the child first, just to settle the child, then the mother and the alleged father. So, but each time we will change gloves when we've done each child.
So we have two bags. We have a bag for gloves and swabs, which is usually on the table with the rest of the kit. And then we have a bag for the inside. Okay, so I'm going to, in terms of this, I'm going to start with the mother, but obviously the child will be done. Recycling, you right with the right hand, so we're going to clean the left hand. Please don't touch it now, it has been cleaned. The adults use blue and the children are orange if they find the needle. Okay, it's a little prick. But she's sitting there, I'm not. Just going to put the back on there. And we actually just need enough to go through the paper. So it's not a huge amount. Sometimes when it's cold, we've just got to ask them to warm up the tissues a little bit to get it out. Okay. And we check the back of the card that we have enough that it's actually just a spot of blood. Going to put a plaster on, so we advise them not to touch it until we put the plaster on, just to make sure that there's no contamination going on. Okay, and the mother's. And we would follow the same process. We show them. Every child, mother, their father will show that we've actually taken it, and then we proceed to check. So you write with the right hand, sir. Clean, so don't touch it now. Just a little prick, goes, and into the circle at the back of the neck. Okay, just relax your hand, let me do this so that it goes into the correct spot. Okay, so we check now, we have enough on the front, but not enough on the back. So we will just put some more. Yeah, that's right. And again, we check. So now we do have enough. Going to put a plaster on, so don't touch the area. Clean it. Okay, now in this case, if there is a bit more blood than normal and it's starting to come through, we put a plaster on, just because we don't want it on the paperwork for the party sign afterwards. Okay, so there we go. And then the next one on the back. So we would also do the child first. What we do now is we're going to seal the card.
Sorry, can I just tell you that the card is allowed for 2 children. But we do have another card we just used the blank one. So we would, with the blank one, we would write the same test contract test number. This number is exclusive just to that one. Nobody else will have this HP. So it doesn't matter how many children we have got blank ones, we just put the same HP number.
May I ask a question? What do you do with the information that you collect? How do you store it? What is the ethics involved here? Once you've completed the process.
There will be an original copy that will go with the test. One copy will go in the file, and then one will just remain with us. So it's the only out of confidentiality is the one that will go into the file.
And
Otherwise, nobody else.
And who keeps the file? Where's the file kept?
It's the court file
The
reference
court file.
that we can give it,
Okay.
that we work on that court reference
Right.
number. So it's maintenance.
Confidential.
Confidential.
Yes.
And then our original will go. So if we've made a mistake, if it gets
Yes.
to the laboratory, they can't read our writing or what have you, they will contact us. And
Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing this. I had no idea that the matter
well, I think Dr. York is going to go through that. I know because a lot of the other companies just prefer to do, because it's cheaper, they do the mother, just do the father and the child. But Dr. York will explain the reason why we will do the mother if she's available, and what we will do if she's not.
Okay, so what we do is we then seal this test card in front of them on the ends to make sure that the air comes contaminated in any way. So it's sealed, it then goes back into its own envelope, into the tamper-proof bag with the normal package. All right, so then what we do is we take the information that's been written on the contract, and again, we go to the mother and ask her to verify that her initials and surname and ID is correct. The child's name is written correctly and ID. We then go to the alleged father, your initials, surname, and ID, is that correct? We then ask the mother to sign to say that she is the mother of the child, she gave consent, which we, sorry, by the way, ask when they come in, we always ask them, you prefer English or Afrikaans, or you prefer biological? So she would then sign that she's given us a consent before we start. We then have our terms and conditions, which they can read, but we can explain to them as well. And we ask the mother to sign with her cell phone number that she's checked the information is correct, she accepts the terms and conditions, and her cell phone number. The same is repeated with the alleged father, that he signed, and his cell phone number. We do explain to them that the cell phone number is only if, for example, the lab can't read what we've written and we need to verify, or if there's a problem with the payment, then we will contact them. Otherwise, we will not be in contact with them after we finish.
So if the mother is not available, she's deceased, we would like a copy of the death certificate, and she would also, we would fill in whoever is the guardian at that stage, the details here. So we would reduce the mother. She would sign consent.
So, as explained just now, there's 3 copies. One copy is admin, one copy is goes into the maintenance file, and the original copy gets folded and gets put into the tamper-proof bag. So we always show the clients in front of them that in the tamper-proof bag is your test kit, your proof of payment, and your contract. This tamper-proof bag, as Pat explained just now, is unique to every party. So there's an HPAT number. This one is HPAT 82917, and there's a security number on the bag which is on top. This is unique to every single party. Every time a new party comes in, it's a new day. Like Pat said, if there's 3 or more kids, we would use a second card, but we would reference it to the initial test kit and it would go in here so that it all gets kept together. We then show them that we're going to seal the bag in the green area in front of them. And once we seal it, it doesn't get opened until it arrives at the lab. So this bag is now sealed. If it's tampered with in any way, they'll be able to see on the top on the ceiling. So when it gets to the lab, they open it at the bottom. We then put it on the clipboard and we ask the mom and their father to sign in the green strip that their initials are here. Security purposes. And then we then say to them that we are now finished and we can talk to what happens next when you come back. Joyce has also recently joined us, so she will also be helping us, and she's I think any other questions can be directed to Dr. York.
At the end of the gloves, the antibiotic will be sealed and sent back to the laboratory for them.
Thank you very much, directors, for inviting us, giving us the opportunity to present the service that we've been offering to the courts in the country for over 20 years. So I've titled the test DNA Paternity, the MDS way, for the very reason to really highlight those important points of chain of custody that are so important in legal cases. Next slide, please. The problem that we encountered, or rather, the reason we became involved in DNA paternity testing was following a request from a magistrate maintenance officer in Ladysmith, which is over 2 hours drive from Westville, Durban. Their problem was that they had a disputing couple that needed to travel together 2.5 hours to get to the blood bank to have the paternity test. And they asked, because we were in this field and we had experience in receiving samples for DNA testing from as far as Australia and the UK, could we put something together to be able to make the process a little bit easier? So that wasn't a problem. We put a kit together with the idea that they could actually take the samples themselves. I think the problem was that sorry, the problem was that we soon realized that self-collection isn't sufficient to fulfill all the requirements of chain of custody. For legal purposes, it fell far short. For Peace of mind testing, if you want to establish whether you're the child, the parent of the child, that's fine. When it comes to the legal testing, one needs to address all the steps of the process that it can withstand scrutiny in court. So this is what we set about, and it has been a learning process to develop the test which you've just seen being presented now, and we continue improving upon it. One of the encounters we had a was first to convince the people involved that we didn't need to take the full blood count, that you could do it on a fingerprint with a little spot of blood. Next slide, please. So we're SANUS accredited since 2008. SANUS is the South African National Accreditation Service that follows international guidelines for operating procedures. There are two main guidelines, ISO 17025 and 15189. We have both of those guidelines, but each year the process is audited and to ensure that we follow our procedure. The procedure that you've just seen is consists of about a 26-page operating document. There's a lot of little things that carefully documented. As we saw, the key things that one requires are the identity documents of the parties involved. Now there's the identity of the mother, the child, and each father, birth certificate or certificate of the child would be acceptable, and the mother or guardian to sign the consent form. Adults about 18, obviously, they can request the paternity tests themselves. They don't need any guardianship. Thank you very much. You've all been so kind, anticipating my thirst. Thank you very much. Okay, and so the question about form, the ethics, and that contract that we actually sign between the parties and ourselves is got all the addresses, all those details, and requires all those permissions. Next slide, please. Just before I get to the content form, I started to address the problem with a maintenance case, with a paternity case. There's always lots of little issues. So what do you do in the case of the deceased mother who's not present or she's not able to be there? We typically require an affidavit from them, or if we need permission from a mother to perform a test, or if it's, the mother's deceased, we require a death certificate of the mother to be present. We can, as alluded to, do motherless maternities. The test is equally as accurate. We just require a sample from the father and the child. But I will emphasize through the talk the importance of having the mother there for a number of reasons. And in the case of the deceased father, it was also mentioned earlier that you can actually do a paternity without the father being present. There you've got to look at relatives and the term non-genetic evidence. This is more supportive evidence. What you need to look through and decide who is available that you can use to determine the paternity if that deceased father is the paternity. Next. So options in the case of deceased father, you could use the mother or the father, the grandparents of the child and the child, to determine whether the deceased father is the father of the child. You can use full siblings, that could be a full brother or a full sister. They have the same mother and father. They share 50% of their DNA. Or you could use half siblings. That would be having different mother, father. I mean, in the case of your different mother, father would, that's just the definition of a half sibling. But in the case of a son, or it's a male member of the line, the father or the grandfather or the grandson, you can look at the YSTR. I'll touch on this a little bit. Men have the Y chromosome, and you can look at that to link the family to the uncle, father, grandfather, and grandchild. Next slide, please. Just to show you, this is from 23andMe, the relationships that exist between the parties. So an identical twin will share 100%. A parent or a child will share 50% of their DNA. A full sibling will share 50% of their DNA. And a grandparent, grandchild, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew will share 25%. And a first cousin, grandparent, grandchild, great uncle will share 12.5% of the DNA. On the right-hand side, you look at the range. So that's the theoretical relationship. But it's done everything, there will be a range. You'll have those that will share less DNA and those that will share more DNA. This is after studying lots of people. So one needs to take those that the range when one's looking at siblingship, the relationship. It's not always going to be the same. There's a range of some full siblings between 39 and between first cousins or 29. Next slide, please. So the sample that's collected, and for DNA paternity, one can obviously use any cell of the body. your numbers for that region. Okay, so that's all that this is showing. You can see it's a lot cleaner because there's only two coming. You might see in the third little box only one peak. Why do you think there's only one peak? Because you're homozygous at that peak. In other words, you might have a 16 from the mom, a 16 from the dad. So they're the same, but that peak's double the height. So it's just really, that's all it is. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to the result now. Using that information, example of a result. Next slide. Sorry it's so small because it's quite important, but let me just tell you. Just to tell you, at the top there's a 15 and a 16, and there's a 15 and a 17, and a 15 and a 17. All right? So remember 15 and 16 for the mother, 15 and 17 for the father, and a 15 and a 17 for the child. Now the first thing you ask yourself, mother's got a 15 and 16. What's the child got? 15 and 17. Which one did the mom give? Remember that mom's got a 15 and a 16. Child's got a 15 and a 17. Which one did the mom give? 15. Which one must the dad give?
17.
Does the dad give a 17?
Yes.
Now, randomly, that's okay, but try and do that for all of those chromosomes, for 23. Randomly. Not possible. Well, not possible. It is possible and it happens for your individual. So let's go. So in the end, what we do is we calculate, so, and we do this, we look at what a group of random people, 200 people, what do they have for that position? What do they have for that locus? Those positions are another name is locus, and the little numbers are alleles. So in other words, we might target a gene for eye color, and your blue and white brown would be the allele. So those are really what those are. So we go down and we look at we do a calculation, taking into account what a random man would have and what this profile has. What's the chance of a random man having those that thing? No, well, there's a good chance he might have it for 1. What's it for having it 2? Well, it's a lot less. 3, 4, 20. And you times all them out. That's your combined probability index. And it gives you a value at the bottom. And I'll show you the next slide, please. Oh, gee, I should have done this. I just expanded parts of it. I just took the top part and the bottom part and expanded it. I should have looked at this one. But it's really telling the same thing. Next slide. So we come up to the end of that case. And your combined probability index is over 16 quadrillion. 1 in 16 quadrillion. There's a little bit of calculation there, but that's how what's the chance of anyone having all of those randomly? Well, that number's a large number. The world's population is 8.1 billion. It's the number below there. So you can see there more than the world's population. So the power of the paternity result is extremely powerful and accurate. So that's in the end, you'll see typically you'll get a result that is greater than 99.9999. That's 1 in a million. So it's greater than that. That's sort of where we stop with our calculation. But you'll have a combined probability. Next up. And this is now an example of an exclusion. What happens in an exclusion? Next slide. Just taken this and look at it. So the case there for that locus, you'll see there's one. Yeah, there's a 16 and a 16, and dad's got 16 and a 17, child's got a 16 and a 16. So you know, the dad must have a 16 because you've got homozygous mom 16, homozygous child 16. Does he have a 16? Yes. So he's not excluded. You go to the next one. Same thing, 15, 16. Dad must have giving you a chance. He must have a 15 or a 16. Yes, he's got 16. So then you go to the next one, 15, 16 for the mom. No, sorry, 9, 11 for the mom. 9, 13 for the child. What did the mom give? 13 and the dad? No. Dad doesn't have a 13. He's got a 12. So it's excluded there. Now there's a chance that you could be excluded once because you remember these are mutations. This is a polymorphic region. They do change. What's the chance of having 2? Very, very, very unlikely. We'll do a calculation. What's having 3 exclusions? Biologically not possible. 4 exclusions, 5, and typically there are more than 5 exclusions. So then the man, biologically, that man can't be the father. Someone else is the father. Best thing is to try and find out who that chap is. But biologically, it's not possible. So he will be excluded as being the possible father. That's the negative. Next slide. So what do we do to check now? Now you've got a background of what's going on in the lab. We'll run an allelic ladder. That means we'll always, in every test run, you're doing lots of them, you'll have a reference, a standard reference for the different sizes. So you make sure that the size is important because there you might have seen, I'm not touching it just now, the codus. This information from a paternity point is very informative. But from a forensic point of view, it's extremely powerful because for missing persons, for other things, for forensic purposes. If you can put those numbers in a database and everyone in the world is using that same database, you can see how powerful it is. So just from the checks that we have, so we have an allelic site standard. We always include a positive. Now this is important. The mother and the child's profile, they must always match. By match, you must always have one of the 2 moms matching. Now that's important from a check point of view because if you didn't have the mom there, the child's profile is on its own. So you could have you could possibly make an error. But if the mom and the child, they must all match. And we picked up 2 cases, 2 miscarriage cases. They were quite very sad cases. In one case turned out that the babies were swapped. Hospital, we said, look, the mom doesn't match the child. And then they looked into it. Well, in the other case, it turned out that the sister brought the child, not the mom. So obviously, she's not going to match in all the fields. So those cases we address. So these things that come up, that we pick up in the lab. We also target the sex gene. Sometimes, they say it's a boy. You get a girl, female profile. So you say, please go back to the parties, check that boy was brought in or a girl was brought in. So these are all add up to the checks. So and in the case, next slide, please. In the case of a father, what happens now when the father is excluded? Now, from a lab point of view, whenever I get queries that this happened long ago, you worry. How sure are you that there might have been a mix-up, maybe another, because every other male will be excluded. So what happens if maybe in the lab, a man touched that thing, his profile went in there. We have those checks, we have everyone's profile on there. Make sure. But in principle, you've got no check for that excluded father. So what do? We go back to the original sample and we repeat the entire process. So for every excluded father, we'll go back and we'll repeat it, and his profile, the repeat must be exactly the same. Some cases we do get the mother of the father of the child. So we do a motherless paternity. There, in an inclusion, the father and the child will match. So you're okay there. But what happens if they don't match? Well, the child could be a random, there could be a mix-up, and the father could have been a mix-up. So we go back, we repeat, then both from the beginning, all cases where we just get the father and the child, we repeat them and the repeat sample, because let's say you took from the wrong sample, you punch from the wrong sample. Well, the chance that it's going to do it again, you're very confident. So you're very confident with these little checks, and you've got to be mindful of that. Next slide, please. So just a few points about twins. Dizygotic twins. So at fertilization, typically one egg is released every cycle, and it's fertilized, and immediately after fertilized, that it's not fertilized, but sometimes 2 eggs are released, and so those are totally independent, and dependent placenta for each of those 2. They will be like brother and sister, so different sex, brother and sister, but the DNA will be like the brother and sister. It won't match, but remember, they will all have the same moms and dads' DNA in their DNA. Monozygotic twins, on the other hand, instead of 2 individual fertilizations taking place, that one egg splits and then it splits again. And there's one placenta and they can do 2 amniotic sacs. Sometimes they can be in 1 amniotic sac. But their DNA, those are identical twins. Their DNA will be exactly the same. They will be the same sex. So those are monozygotic twins. Sometimes, and we've had it before, we've had actually 2 cases, I think, where you have twins that have different dads. So that's called superfecundation. What happens there is that during the same cycle, 2 eggs are released.
Wow.
But the one is fertilized, and then another egg is released during the same time. That's fertilized. So you've got 2 fetuses, independent, but different dads. So, and it actually happens more frequently than you think. So, anyway, those are unusual. You can have very rare, but I've read about it where the child, in the case of a pregnancy, the one child is a lot bigger than the other. And so you have in the one cycle an egg that's released and fertilized. And then a month later, there's another cycle, another egg. So the babies are actually a little bit older. So those are just unusual cases, but those just to bear in mind. So identical twins, triplets, we won't be able to say that. Next slide. So the reporting of results, I mentioned the maintenance paternity results. Originals we try to drop off at the court so that their next visit they can be given the results. Electronic copies. Private cases, we arrange them. We say, look, the payer of the results going to get the results. That's always a problem, but if you clarify this up front, then it's sorted. And we will keep the originals, and so often we get requests from people, have you got other results? Can you verify? We'll always verify your results. You must have your HPAC number, you ask for your identity code, your documents. There's a process that you've got to go through. we'll verify, because we have had cases where people have tried to change the results and we compare them to the original, and we will then always verify. Next slide. The question of payment came up. Our prices range from 2,350 at the moment to 2,650 for maintenance cases. State to pays, they get a different price. This they go through an order number, but we also try to help out. But private cases, I think, 2,000 that are not coming through the maintenance of 2,000. We will reimburse if a person cancels the test or that there's a 75 restriction. So the questions and Sarota sent me a couple of questions there. What about the effect of drugs and alcohol, and can you affect the DNA results? No, that won't affect your DNA results. Your DNA profile is yours. It will be there from, it will always be there. But you've always got to understand that there's always exceptions to this. You can have organ transplants. Now, kidney transplant, the DNA is normally maintained within the transplant organ. But sometimes you get DNA that's released. Sometimes in stem cell and bone marrow transplants, you do get a little bit of DNA released. We'll pick up a mixed profile in the laboratory. We'll have to look up what's going on there. But it's always best if you can let us know what's going on. In case of a blood transfusion, the level of DNA is very, very, very low. We shouldn't pick it up. The assay that we use is specifically detuned a little bit. I can pick up 100 picograms of DNA. Less than that. Obviously, one can have more sensitive assays, but you don't want to have it too sensitive already, sort of false positivity from a forensic point of view. You can pick up even DNA from a couple of cells from the fingers going against a glass tube, theoretically. But so those are things that we need to be aware of. Buccal swabs, you can appreciate if you're taking a cheek swab and the baby's just breastfed from the mom, you might have some maternal cells there. You could get maternal DNA. Next slide, please. Sometimes some genes don't amplify, as mentioned, depending on the population. You can have non-amplification of a gene. We deal with that in the laboratory. None alleles. Single-step mutations. You know, with the mutations, they typically happen where you get an extra repeat, or half an extra repeat. You don't get 2 repeats. You do, but it's unusual. But that's just something you get away. Can peace of mind paternity tests be used for court purposes? In other words, you have a paternity done in the hospital. Can you use that result in the maintenance? Again, you've got 3 parties there. Chain of custody is important. Do both parties, are they confident that chain of custody was followed? Are they confident that the samples were taken from the right people? Those are things that you've got to answer. If both parties are happy, then potentially you could use that. With next, so DNA is extremely sensitive.
Yeah.
It has many applications: missing person, deaths, insurance. You can match the body to the relative. Home Affairs use it to link parents with children. Accidents. In a case where they wanted to match the DNA in the airbag, that had come up with spots of DNA with the victim, with people of the accident. But we're always looking for ways to improve this. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. York, for the informative session. Wow, okay, so we're also going to take a quick break.
Okay, there was a question from KZN from one of our colleagues in KZN pertaining to what is the need or what's the reason for having this paternity form that Mr. Russ spoke about. Why is it important? What if it becomes necessary later on for the maintenance staff or for public prosecutors or for whatever the case might be? I just want to quickly read the question. What I need to know about DNA is how does making the father sign the acceptance of paternity form help us? Can he later on dispute having signed it? Can we say you no longer have the right to dispute it, or what? The fact that the father signed that confirmation of paternity form that Mr. R spoke about doesn't negate or stop him from later on wanting to dispute paternity or say that no, but uh, somebody in the family told me that she said that it's actually not his child, or something happened that somehow made him have that doubt about it. The reason why I prefer that we complete the confirmation of paternity form is whenever we do prosecutions, Section 31 public prosecutions, where we prosecute the defaulting father in future, and that form is not in there, then the prosecutor cannot ask questions based on Section 36 of the Children's Act, saying that once we cross-examine him, then he says, yeah, but I always doubted whether I'm the father, and they never gave me an opportunity. So to make sure that we've got leeway to ask questions in terms of Section 36 of the Children's Act, that's the only reason why we are doing it. But that doesn't stop him from asking that I would like to make sure that I am the father. He can still do it at a later stage if you want to dispute it. But then it doesn't somehow catch the lady off guard, because she will then be more confident and say, no, but sign the form. Look, there's a form. And then she will be more open to things like explaining, especially if she is well aware of her rights. Then can say, no, ask him, what did he do during the pregnancy? Ask him, did he go with me to the clinic? Ask him, didn't he take me to my family to go and acknowledge that he is the father, or to go and pay damages, or whatever the case might be? Because then it puts her in a better position to answer those questions.
Yeah.
What happens in the criminal prosecution is that in most cases, when we get to that stage of Section 31, if he disputes it during the trial, that means the court is in doubt. And what happens in case of court in doubt? Doubt goes in favor of the accused. So then we're going to lose the case. But if we have that paternity form in there, then we can invoke the Section 36, the presumption of paternity. Then we can use that. And then we can even ask for the court to remand the case for a period of 6 weeks for us to get that paternity results, in case we can immediately pay while we're busy with the case and then get those results. I've dealt with cases where, in terms of Section 31, I prosecuted, and then it comes about that the father then dispute paternity. Then I can either do what I said now, and I can remand the case for a period to do the paternity test. But in most cases in South Africa, what happens when you don't have that confirmation of paternity form? In most cases, the magistrate will convert the case in terms of Section 41 of the Maintenance Act, which says that if there is doubt, or if there is something else, like he says he can't afford it, or whatever the case might be, the court will then convert the case to another inquiry that is held somewhere else. But the case law, Abrams versus Abrams, say that it should be done by the same court, meaning the same magistrate, same prosecutor that did and same defense that did the Section 31 prosecution must also then deal with the inquiry. In most cases, what happens is the attorney will come and say, I want a Section 41 conversion to get it out of the court. Once it's out of the court, you can't bring it back. You can't bring the Section 31 prosecution, stop it, and then you do the Section 41 inquiry, and then, oh, no, but now the paternity case shows you the father back to Section 31. Courts don't work like that. So to empower the prosecutor to be able to ask questions in terms of section 36, that's the only reason why we're doing it. And that is the foot that the maintenance officer or the prosecutor can stand on whenever we deal with the case. If there's any other questions for Dr. York, sure. Let me start, Jen, and then I will give you an opportunity, then Abigail, and then Advocate Goliath, and there's another question from WC. Okay, so Jen first.
Dr. York, what I would like to find out, what happens in the case where the juvenile has a baby and now the child is 17, dad is living in America and mom and the child are in South Africa. Child needs to be integrated into society in America. The Americans need paternity to determine that he is the father.
Yeah, that's an interesting case. It actually happens also locally, where you might have some of the parties might be in Joburg and others might be in Cape Town. We call those the linked cases. And so we don't like doing them because it's often depend on so many things coming together. You can arrange with one court up in Joburg for that person to go to court. Our representative there will take the sample. We will have a representative at Cape Town taking the sample, and then those samples will have their own HPAC number, but they will be linked, and then we will do them together. We'll analyze them together. So that is possible, and it does.
If they're in America?
In America and in Europe, it is possible, but it depends on the parties, whether they're going to accept that because we could do the test here, and they could do the test there, as long as there are two things. One, they could do them independently. They go to the laboratory and say, and they let us know what lots are they offering, because these are international lots. Potentially, they could do the test there with the parties they have, and we could do the test here, and we could then exchange the results. They could send those results to us by email, or we could send them our results by email. So in theory, you could address the problem that way. It doesn't, it seems to, in historically, it seems to get that far where we agree on this, and then it doesn't seem to go any further. Parties must be confident that the other parties are confident that they are taken properly, and this party must be confident that these samples are taken properly. So there's that confidence level. So there is two options. The other option is one could actually send the samples from overseas to our laboratory in South Africa, and we'll do the analysis of the local sample and that sample. So there are ways we can address that.
Thank you, Dr.
Sure. Thank you. Jane, your question.
My question is, your labs or the people who do these tests, in the case that it's a negative for the child, so that guy is not the father. With the available database, do you run tests to check whether the father can be the father?
No, we are very, very rarely restricted from confidentiality, but we will not do anything with that information. We won't release it to anyone else. That is their profile. So we would have to get another profile. And if there was agreement or a request from the parties involved, please use the profile you have of the mother and the child. Do this man together to establish that he is the paternity. We do get cases where two men will come with the mom and the child, say, please tell us who's the father, and we'll sort that out. But yeah, that's so we wouldn't then search our database for a linked person.
Abigail, and then Jonda, and then Tula.
Okay.
in DNA.
Yes, you can. We don't do that. But you do have some circulating fetal DNA in the mom, and it is possible to analyze that and establish, turning from that. We've not done that. Apparently, it is in principle.
John, right? Yeah, no, I just wanted to add on to your response regarding the HSC form, the paternity form. Yeah. I think the simple answer to that is, well, besides now the Section 31 proceedings, the reason why that form should be signed as a maintenance officer to ensure, first and foremost, the court cannot make a court order if it isn't proven that there's a common law duty on the part of that person in order to pay. So that's where the importance of that form comes in. Because a lot of men ask, if I append my signature to this form, what are the legal consequences in future? So that's why you need to clear, does this person have doubts or not? If he has doubts, determine why. And if a paternity has to be done, let the paternity test be done so that you avoid such situations where in future, after court orders have been made, now there's non-compliance with the order. That's referred for Section 31 criminal prosecution. Then the defense comes with the story of we are now disputing paternity. So that's also one of the reasons. Make sure that there is a legal duty on the parties for the person being brought to court. If they acknowledge paternity, let them sign it in order to ensure that the court order can be against that individual.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate. Tula?
Thank you, Doctor. Very interesting. If the party is on chronic medication, would that alter any of the tests?
No, good point. It's important that that's clarified. We won't alter the test. We do have measures in place to address any inhibition of the amplification. So if we don't get a profile in the beginning, we will go extra purified to ensure that we get a profile. No, it won't. It won't.
I just want to know how much of the possibility that the test can be manipulated.
Yeah, that's often a voice in the back of person, but you can see in our case, we've got independent people taking the sample. The people taking the sample are representatives, don't have anything to do with the laboratory. The samples get to the laboratory. The people in the laboratory don't have any information really about what the names and the numbers until it gets after the analysis process. So it would have to be, and we pay so much attention to that aspect. There's this trust that builds up throughout the entire process. We know if anything like that has to happen, our reps have to try to be bribed or anything like that. We're as good as our worst result, our last result. So in theory, everything is sort of like possible, but it's a lot of procedures are in place to ensure that doesn't happen, but they're independent. Samples are collected independently. Samples are received by non-lab people. Samples are processed in the laboratory, and then administration releases the results. So, no, it's where you've got problems is if the chain of custody is very tight, because that's where it's going to happen. You can imagine someone in the middle of the process getting hold of a bag, opening it, putting another sample inside. You'll see that it's been tampered with. That's the first thing. And then the sample will be cancelled, won't be processed anymore. So that tamper-proof bag, all those little steps, all those signatures, verification of the party are all part of the tightness of the process.
Oh, there was a student question from the
Yes.
How much really from um, and the visiting person's child and the person is child who has
I hear what you're asking. No, the only risk you would sort of have would be that physical transfer of the cells. If you took a bucket swab from the child breastfeeding from another person, you might pick up those cells. But if you took a blood sample or that, it wouldn't affect it. It's not like a bone marrow or stem cell transport. And it's, when you think of it, you're eating DNA all the time. No, it's not. But residual, you've got to always be careful of residual DNA from the breast.
Actually, question.
Sure.
You can ask your question.
So my first question is, in a case where the child is, as an example, of rape, does the father have rights to the child? Second question is, in the event that the father, in the beginning, denies paternity, the mother decides, you know what, I'm going to leave my life. I'm not going to do the attempt for it because I'm sick. The mother raises the child, and then later the father is midlife crisis. My child. So, what remedy is applicable for the child or the mother?
Yeah. So we could have a difficult time when we come to Kayman. The first question is, in the case of a rape, is there any responsibilities from the rights and responsibilities from the father? If you look at Children's Act has a specific provision that says that in a case of paternity, and you see that, you get that in the definition in the Children's Act, there's no rights. The father has absolutely no rights and responsibilities towards that child. But in certain cultures, when it comes to where it is a product of rape, then obviously they can have a damages claim. But paternity rights do not do a rapist. There is no such rights that the rapist enjoy. Second question is, what happens in a case where the father denies he's not the father and the mother just decides, all right, we don't want to accept paternity, I'll raise my own child. Now when the child is growing up, and the child went to university and became a doctor, then his first day, radiation night, he's there. It's my child. Cry the most and say, that's my child from birth. Is there any remedies that such a father and mother have? And also back to the Children's Act, when a mother knows it is his child and she feels she is ready to raise the child on her own without having any rights and responsibilities attached to that person, what you need to do is, in terms of Section 28 of the Children's Act, you apply for determination of the rights and responsibilities of that person. What you do is file a Form 2 and then you file an application to terminate the rights and responsibilities of that father. That way, we cannot later on come and claim that it's my child, and then after that, then he runs first to the maintenance court, because maintenance is a reciprocal, meaning that the same way the child can claim maintenance from the father can later on claim maintenance from the child. So then when my child's a doctor, now he wants to claim maintenance, but the whole life of the poor child, he didn't want to contribute. Best way to make sure that you counter that is apply to terminate the rights and responsibilities of that child. It's the best way to cover yourself. In cases where you decide on that, You can also terminate just the rights, but not the responsibilities. I urge mothers, rather in that case, ask that his rights be terminated. Then you always have the option of the responsibilities later on. He might just be lucky and win the horses because some of them like the parent. Because every Saturday you find him at the top as he's playing his pick six or whatever. And one of those sixes can just be the lucky pick six and he's a millionaire. Then if you terminated his rights, meaning he can't have access to the child, can't come and see the child or whatever, you still have the responsibilities hanging there over his head. Because okay, now that you've won the lotto, come Papa here. Now you need to come and give some of that lotto money. Always keep that open. Just terminate their rights, not the responsibilities. Even if he can't afford it now, even if he can't pay it now and he's unemployed, do not, and I would like the online viewers to please take note, do not terminate their responsibilities. Just terminate the rights, the right to access, all of those rights, because as soon after the graduation means that I can die, I want to see my child, then all of a sudden, this adult child wants to be seen now. Right to the life of that child, nobody had time for it. Excellent question, thank you so much. So those are the type of questions that we answer over here at these dialogues. So please, if you have any of these questions, thank you, Emmy. I saw it was an online question that you got answered, but those are what we'll be. Before we break, I just want to say a special word of thanks to Dr. Dennis York, Fred Berg, Monique Stein, the one standing over there, and their colleague Joyce Mafika, the team sitting over here from NDS in Durban. They are local, it's just the Dr. York that flew in from Durban. Thank you so much for all the sacrifices that you made to come here and explain all of it. We really sincerely appreciate it. It will be online for the others to also see. I want to also say thank you so much because obviously there's competition in the market out there, and obviously people seeing what you are doing can duplicate it and then go and put a tender in for the Department of Justice for these tests. Thank you so much for opening up yourself to that competition because you don't have to do it, but just to educate the public and to educate all of us. NDS is willing to share that information with us, and I sincerely want to say a word of gratitude and thanks to Dr. York, Sister Petback, Monique Stein, and Joyce McQuaker. Thank you so much for letting yourself come over here on a Saturday, our rainy Saturday, to be able to educate us and the broader public of South Africa on DNA and paternity. And thank you for answering all those difficult questions. I always channel all of those difficult questions to advocate. Luckily, I now have a York that I can also say. Those higher grade questions must go to Dr. York. But thank you so much for all of those questions and all the difficult questions that we are getting, all the way from Kaya Monday these days. Thank you so much. We're going to have a 15-minute break just for us to sort out our technical stuff and for you to please make sure that you go and grab something at the back, some coffee and some of the nice treats that the ladies made for us. Make sure that you get some of it before we, just 15 minutes and we will back quickly run to the bathroom or have a smoke break and then we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 1:15.
1:15, we'll be back. 1:15.
And then Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much for joining us for the special maintenance dialogue focusing on DNA and paternity. And I just want to welcome our online viewers. Thank you so much once again for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Lizel Cornier. She is one of the ambassadors, an incredible mother. Mother Hen, she is in charge of the mothers WhatsApp on WhatsApp. And today she's going to be talking about, can mothers claim UIF benefits of an unemployed respondent? Because as we all know that some respondents intentionally just resign from their jobs. They do not have to pay maintenance. So Ms. Lizel Cornier is going to just talk about that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Lizel Cornier.
Afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. It's always nice to present your case and what you've learned, and also welcome to the online viewers. The question, can mothers claim UIF from fathers? UIF is the Unemployment Insurance Fund. You'll see every month that amount goes off your payslip. It's a small amount. That amount should go off your payslip, and your employer should pay to the UIF department. The Department of Labour administers the UIF fund. The UIF is there as a short relief for when you become unemployed. But then again, you must have contributed to the unemployment insurance fund. And obviously your employer should have paid it to the UIF. When a father resigns or leave his job for a lower salary, that is a criminal offense of misconduct. Wow. They think that they can, they normally do it despite the mother. It's not about the job, they do it despite the mother. But if they resign, leave a job for a lower salary, they cannot claim UIF. Even if they resign without a new job, it's a misconduct. And you can prosecute them according to Section 31 of the Maintenance Act. Also, where a father voluntarily takes retrenchment package, it's misconduct. So remember these things. And also for mothers, just be aware of these things when your work is maybe in jeopardy. Just remember these things as well. UIF can be claimed, but you must claim UIF in the first 6 months of you being unemployed. Otherwise, it goes back into the pool. So what happens in my situation, seems like every 2 years, it's a Groundhog Day for me. And the wheel is reinvented every 2 years. So currently, I have a Section 31 that's pending, that's taking place on the 1st of November, but I submitted the attachment of UIF from the father. It was we found out that he was dismissed. He didn't resign, and luckily I'm my own investigator, so I've already got all the information, all the telephone numbers, all the email addresses for the maintenance investigating officer to go and search for these clues and information to find him guilty on misconduct. When you claim for UIF, you complete the J
306 form. The Jan 306 form. You will work closely with your maintenance officer and the maintenance investigating officer. But the most important thing is to complete section C, where it says for an order for the attachment of a debt. And you also have to prepare an affidavit when you complete J306. I just want to read you it's called the supplementary affidavit. The arrear amount is now outstanding. No, sorry, not this one. Section 30 of the Maintenance Act states that one can apply for the maintenance court to attach debt owed to the defaulting party. So debt owed, UIF, is owed to the defaulting party. There you go. The debt must be owed by a third party or be owed in the future or accruing. The court can grant an order that such debt is attached to pay the arrear maintenance. That is a fact, and you can state that in your affidavit. Then, further on, in terms of Section 33(1)(b) of the Unemployment Insurance Act 63 of 2001, and now it's a long, time, and maybe not always makes sense, but make sure that you've got the correct details down on your affidavit. It does make sense to the magistrate and officer. Benefits may not be assigned, B, attached by the order of any court, except by any court order relating to maintenance of the dependents, including a spouse of the dependents, including a spouse of the contributor, and I therefore request that the defaulters' UIF payments be used for the arrear and future maintenance. So this was submitted to the maintenance investigating officer, and I know that he had some help from some golden nuggets in the room, and they then approached the magistrate with your case, and the magistrate had to be convinced why UIF must be granted. It's a very difficult magistrate at times, but I've attached the acts as well, and I've numbered it LC1 and LC2 so that they can see that it does exist and it's not just a number. It was presented to the magistrate and he granted it. And then the paperwork starts. The maintenance investigating officer must then file a report, and a case date is then set, where the parties are called to court. And in my case, it was the defaulting party, Department of Labour, and it was granted to me, and I know that the maintenance investigating officer was running around quite a few blocks around the court to get all the documentation ready, and that was on the 30th of August, because the magistrate indicated that those payments need to be paid to me by the 22nd of September. So everything was submitted to the Department of Labour. So now just remember, the Department of Labour, UIF, these are government organizations. They use things, paperwork is very slow. You need to follow up. Don't just leave your information with the court and think that the court will do it for you or follow up on your behalf. So one day out of the blue, I was sitting at my desk at work and I received a phone call. I didn't recognize the number, so didn't answer. Then I googled the number, and then I saw it's from the Department of Labour. So I better make this call again. I found the number, and it was somebody that was dealing with my paperwork. So he said to me that normally they pay the monies out to the courts. And I said, please don't do that. So he said he'll wait for the court order. What date was the 30th of August? So he would wait for the maintenance for the court order to be granted, and once granted, they will start the process of paying out the funds. At that stage, I didn't know how much funds were available because the defaulter worked for 2 years for this company. He did contribute to the UIF, but he also submitted an application for UIF. Luckily, it takes a long time for UIF to be finalized, and he received, because he can check in online on his profile, he checked in online and saw that it says pending. The reason for that was because Bell had sent the court order through to the Department of Labour and UIF, who work together, and they were then asking me for my banking details, and then also another form to be completed where he confirmed that he is no longer, that he is not employed, that he didn't in the meantime, sorry, that he didn't in the meantime receive another job offer or was earning salary. So once that was out of the way, I kept in contact with this person from the Department of Labour. He was very kind. Every second day, he would follow up, send an email to me, or I would contact him. He also gave me his cell phone number, and we communicated. And I received, the last confirmation I received was from the defaulter, where he sent me a screenshot of an communication that was sent to him on the 21st of September, where they said that his application was not successful. So then I got into a panic because it was now what? I'm going to lose this money as well. So on the 22nd, sorry, on the 22nd of August, I received information that payment was made, a lump sum amount and a once-off payment. Unfortunately, that's the only information UIF would give me because it's not my profile. They won't give information out to third parties. They didn't even want to, UIF didn't even want to give information out to the Department of Labour. So I've Googled and I've passed around, and normally it takes 7 to 10 working days for funds once it's paid or that button is being pressed. I don't know why it takes so long, but 7 to 10 working days for those funds to be cleared and to arrive in your account. So we are on day 5, so I really hope and pray and trust that it will clear into my account by next week, because it's difficult if you have to go the extra mile of thinking what is the next step that you can take. And thank goodness for this group who indicated, go for the UIF, go for this, go for that. I just want to bring to your attention that at the end of the year, people get bonuses. Just bear that in mind. They get bonuses, and last night I was thinking about it. Tax returns. Advocate Reagan said that SARS will not blink an eye if you ask them to, or if you want to attach any funds from SARS in the name of the defaulter. So just bear in mind that on someone's tax return, normally there are funds that is due to that person. And I quickly worked out last night. There are funds that are available. It's not a lot, but it's money and food for a week or two.
Yeah.
So every little bit helps.
Yeah.
So just bear that in mind if you go to court of all the options that you can take. But just bear in mind that it must be within the 6 months of termination of the employment. What do you do if your maintenance officer or maintenance investigating officer does not want to assist you with the UIF? Or like what happened in my case when I sat in front of the clerk and I gave her the details of what I want to do. I want to attach UIF. She said she's never heard of it before. And I showed her what the law says, and therefore I attached the acts and what the law says. And luckily the maintenance officer walked past and she confirmed that you can attach UIF for area maintenance. There are not many maintenance investigators that know how to do it, or maintenance investigating officers. So let them contact us if they don't know how to do it. And we will explain to them, because it's to the benefit of your job.
Yeah.
You need to know all these options. And especially this time of the year, it's getting, it's extra school fees for next year, it's school closed, etc., etc. If they don't want to assist you with the application, you'll all remember the Anna Mutumuni case where she sued the department and was reimbursed for the negligence of the court. You can either go that way, or you can complain to the court manager, the area court manager, the director of operations, the regional head, and make sure you CC service delivery at org.go.za. If there's no response within, I would say 5 days, 5 to 7 days, escalate it to the DOJ National. And if you still don't have a response, mention it to us from the group. I'm sure we always make a plan or two, phone call or two, to make things happen. If we don't let things lie still on that group, then yep, that group moves. What you can also do with regards to the UIF, go to our site, and I know there are many people that don't use these sites, www.childmaintenance.org.za. There are a lot of examples of affidavits on that site. If it's not exactly to the T, please go and change it so that it suits your details and your situation. If the defense is raised in any prosecution for an offense of failure of to pay maintenance in accordance with the maintenance order, that there was a lack of means on the part of the person charged, he or she shall not merely, on the grounds of such defense, be entitled to an acquittal. If it is proved, if there is proof that it was due to his unwillingness to work or misconduct. And believe me, there are many people out there, male and female, who doesn't want to work. They just, sorry, I've applied, they said no. They don't even think of the children that they have. The children doesn't feature in their life. So unwillingness to work can be prosecuted by the prosecutor, as well as misconduct can be prosecuted by the prosecutor. So I urge you to please go through all the options that is available for you to get maintenance from a father. Every little bit helps. even if it's 1,000 rand, 2,000 rand. Make sure that you have friends at the courts, help and assist them. The maintenance officer, maintenance investigating officer, very important people, help them. And also, if you go to court, please. And I saw something on the group the other day that I mean I couldn't believe that it was a question. Write down the name of the person that you speak to, the date, the time, the designation of that person. Because how can you refer back if you don't know who you spoke to? The designation, the telephone number, the email. The person said to me, "Oh, I didn't know that I had to do that." So how are you going to refer back? I was here the other day and I spoke to a short lady. There's many people that fit that picture. Yeah, I think that we spoke about the no response. That you are also that it can also be related to our group for further help and assistance, which brings me to the WhatsApp group for mothers and maintenance course. As you know, this group was started, I think, 3-4 years ago. It was a very small group, so we basically knew each and everyone that was on a group, and we know it was legitimate people. Recently, we've got over 300 people on that group. We've got admin people. When that group became bigger, there weren't a lot of security in place. Yeah. And people were just accepted here, there, and everywhere. Yeah. And I mean, I can't expect Advocate and Eugene to go sit and ask these people's questions. So I took it upon myself. And Natasha is also there, Cara is there, and Shelly is also there to cover my back. If I delete someone and they vetted that person. So when Bongi comes to me and says, please add my sister. I don't know her sister. I'll send her sister the invitation to be a member on our group. So the sister will then, I will see it on the group, there's an invite pending. So I will go to the number and I will do a certain vetting process that I'm not going to divulge because thank you. There's a lot of scary things that I have discovered. People whose names are not Pitty Clausen or it comes out that it's a male, it's a female who talks, a female that talks to you, but it's actually the number is registered in the man's surname. So in that case, I don't ask questions. I delete the number unless you can prove to me, or I think that is right to say to me that person is legit. I'll put that person back on the group. The reason why we're also getting very strict now is we don't want people spying on us. And we feel like a family to each other. We need to protect each other. Yeah. We share stories that are close to our hearts. It's already bad enough to sit without maintenance and the children are suffering. That is sometimes the only place where people can come and fuck off. Exactly. Put down their frustration and send us the emoticons that they want to sing to indicate how bad their life is. And it's true. People are suffering. Yeah. The court system is failing us. Yeah. And I said the other day, I'm done complaining. Yeah. And Advocate Rages indicated that there was a certain email address where cases are being looked at. And I decided to send my complaint based on the majority of it. I said to him, said to the person that I wrote it to, there was I don't know if you read about it, there was a mother who took her life with the 3 children. I think it was in Eastern Cape a while ago. There was, I think it was an advocate or attorney that was caught up at a northern suburb court where he wanted to bribe a prosecutor. So bribes do happen at courts, and I know of people who are bribing. We all know people who are bribing to get cases won. We know mothers are struggling. I know mothers on this group who said to me, you know, it feels like I rather want to take my life because I cannot go further. And I have felt like that as well.
Yeah.
Then something miraculous happen. You get a good news from someone on the group who just received good news, victory, or your God won't send you something that you can't handle. And the Samaritan or someone comes over your way and just directs you slightly, just go a little bit more to the left. And that is why that group is so important to us.
Yeah.
We don't want people to not be answered on that group. If I don't know the question, I will refer it to someone or to the relevant person. But you don't want attorneys on that group either, because it's just for the mother or the father who's in a situation that needs help. We can't afford the fees that some legal representatives are. And we've also found that some of these groups become a poaching area for legal representation. We target members on the group and ask them ridiculous amounts of deposits just to hear the cases. And that is not on. That's illegal in my eyes. So to join this group, all mothers must have pending cases in the South African maintenance courts. Some will come and say, I'm thinking of opening a case in a couple of months because my child is now 8 years old. I haven't had any maintenance for the past 8 years. What happened in the last 8 years? Why haven't you gone to the maintenance court when your child was born? I know there are different circumstances, but people will use funny excuses to get onto groups to spy. Some want to get onto the group to spy as a legal representative to see what we are doing, how we're getting things right. Also had a clerk of one of the courts who tried to get onto the group, and luckily, by some technology, his number showed his name and surname. So he was not allowed onto the group. I don't know if he doesn't know how to do his job, but that frightens me because he needs training then. So it's a strict. The group has become. We have become very strict on the group. We don't want to answer the same question 30 times on a day. Go and search in the history of the group. Also, if you join the group and you are legit, I will send a whole, you can ask the ladies earlier on, I will send a whole list, paragraph of what you can expect in and during the court procedures. Also direct the ladies to the website www.childmaintenance.org.za that nobody reads, and I also direct them to the lunch and learn of the team, which the people also just bypass. You'll see people enter the group, you send them in all the information to read. The next thing they send you is an answer, it's a question saying, can you please send me form J101? Now, I mean, that you can go and Google yourself. It's very easily available. So please read what is sent to you because it's valid and its goals.
Yeah.
Also, read the people's cases. It might not be relevant to you now, but you might have a friend in a similar situation.
Yeah.
You might end up in this situation in a year or two, and remember that, and then you'll remember these answers. So I know it's a lot that goes on these groups in a day's basis. But at night time, if you have time, just scroll through and see what's going on the group.
Yeah.
And for those of you that are not on the group that wish to join the group, I don't know if you can see that, but otherwise just leave your name and number with me. I'll make sure that the necessary steps are taken. And yeah, we can communicate with the group and see how far we can get. So thank you, Advocate Rachel, for the opportunity. Please pray with me that the UAE application will be successful so that I can report back and in a positive manner next time. Otherwise, we'll see you on the group.
And our next guest speaker has become a regular in our community dialogue. And she brought us to tears last time, sharing her story on how she also in her experience with maintenance law. And today she's going to talk about post-separation financial abuse in the context of child maintenance. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Kamal Jacobs, please.
Okay, everyone. I want to say thank you to Advocate Rachel for inviting me back. I did wonder why, and then it dawned on me that my discussion actually forms part of the underlying theme for today, which is non-resident parents avoiding their responsibilities. That's the commonality. So if it's denying paternity, refusing to pay maintenance, it's all about avoiding accountability and responsibility. So I was like, okay, I am here for the right reason. Didn't wonder. Okay. So today's presentation is the ugly truth because we don't want to talk about it. We all pretend it doesn't happen, but let's be real. Post-separation abuse, financial abuse is very real, and yet it is something that is not often talked about. Because when a woman says, I'm not getting the amount of maintenance I'm entitled to, it must be because she's pregnant. It's the only possible reason. Not because the father is actually holding out and not meeting his financial obligations. So, economic abuse, or I prefer the term financial abuse, is a new and welcome addition to the Domestic Violence Amendment. Okay. Now, up until now, it was something that nobody wants to talk about. Why? Because it's hard to prove. And also, there are concerns that individuals who allege financial abuse might just be, trying to abuse the system. That's the misconception. That must be the only reason. Okay. And so what we find is that when claims of financial abuse as a form of domestic violence are raised, there is a hesitancy to recognize it. And so this is actually not surprising, and this is where my private law background comes in. Because claims for pure economic loss or financial loss in the law of delict were the last kind of loss that was recognized, because usually there's a perception it must be attached to a different kind of loss. Okay? But the law has developed, but still there is this hesitancy to recognize that women are experiencing financial abuse. And so where does that leave us? Okay, what is the link to maintenance? Very often, but not always, financial abuse accompanies child maintenance. But it is not seen that way. Whenever there's an allegation of child or financial abuse related to child maintenance, then the perception is this is a child maintenance issue.
Yeah.
It's not a domestic violence issue. So we want to put it neatly into the child maintenance box, but we fail to realize that very often it's a form of abuse that mostly women suffer.
Yeah.
And their claims are ignored. And again, and I've said this before, this is not a case where we are dealing with a non-resident parent who is unable to pay for legitimate reasons. I just want to be very clear. I am talking about those instances where the non-resident parent or the other parent has the means, but just refuses. Just refuses. Okay? Because they are unwilling to do so. Now, how does post-separation abuse fit in? The reality is that post-separation abuse is not where it starts. It usually started somewhere before. But people don't see it as such.
Yeah.
They think it's, I don't know, if you're romanticizing the relationship and you're paying for everything, you're like, oh, you know what, we're in this together. That's fine. I'm doing this for us. I was stupid enough to do that, you know? But the reality is that post-separation financial abuse has actually, if you look back, you can see the footprints long before. Okay? And the challenge is that financial abuse pre-separation is not as obvious as post-separation abuse. Why? Because the non-resident parent will say, you know what, I'm short this month, can you cover me? And you do. But this continues even after. But then they don't say, I'm short this month. They just outright ignore your emails and they refuse your request. So what does it look like? Firstly, it looks like just plain ignoring emails or any request in whatever format they come. Okay? It's not contributing timelessly. It's saying that they will contribute, but then they later refuse to do so. So in your mind, they've set you up to believe that they are going to contribute. And then at the last minute, they change their mind and you just have to be okay. So they agreed to a particular expense and then they renege. I can tell you stories. My daughters recently had a study method course which they attended. And I asked their dad, will you contribute? Yes, no, I'll contribute. I'll see what I can do. He dropped the girls at the course. He even pitched up for the parent feedback session. This man sat there next to me, not having contributed a cent, but he wanted to benefit because obviously I had to pay for the course in advance. And then when I asked, okay, where's your half? I'm sorry, you decided to do this on your own. But it's for the benefit of the twins. My daughter had surgery yesterday. There was a co-payment of 10,000. The day that the medical aid notified me that there was a co-payment was the day I notified him. When I arrived at the hospital yesterday, I still didn't have his half. And just before we left for the hospital, I had to say to my daughter, my angel, mommy's can only do her half. So if for whatever reason I don't get your dad's half by the time we arrive at the hospital, we may be turned away. I had to tell her that because what's going to be more traumatic for her? Being turned away at the hospital or being given the heads up before we leave. So this was a conversation I had with her at 7 o'clock. I gave this man until the morning of the operation. He didn't inquire, he didn't call her the night before, he didn't even ask, what time must she be there? So he took a chance not to pay the night before. And then you know what happened? I got an email because she then messaged him. I didn't know. And I got an email where I was criticized for discussing finances with my children. I was criticized and told that I must discuss these things with my friends. It is not within the purview of my children. Now, how do you keep that from a 13-year-old? What? She's been no per mouth at 3 a.m. At what point was I supposed to say to her, baby, mommy doesn't have the entire 10K? When? They wouldn't have admitted her without the payment. And so I tried to spare her as long as possible. I was the one dealing with the child who couldn't take her ADHD medication, who couldn't take her anxiety medication because she was low per mouth. I was the parent who had to sit there yesterday morning with an anxious child, with a hyperactive child. And then I still have to deal with such criticism. At least I was there.
Yeah.
I had to deal with her post-op, not being able to blow her nose for a whole week because that hampers the recovery. The nurses actually said to her she mustn't cry. Last night again, her dad finally phoned her. And she comes to my room in tears and I say to her, why are you crying? You know you're not allowed to cry. And she's like, I was talking to dad. So then I had to send this absentee parent an email and say, can you please not upset the child? She's not permitted to cry because of what it does to her recovery. And so the bleeding didn't stop. And I have to deal with it. Sure. But back to what it looks like. Denying their obligations, even though it's part of a court order. Lying about their finances. Pleading poverty. That's what it looks like. Yeah. So what is my story? During my marriage, the financial abuse I didn't see was first of all taking out a loan to pay for the wedding that I paid for. I repaid myself alone. It was him taking out loans and lying about it. Telling me he's working extra shifts, but there's no income at the end of the month, extra income at the end of the month. So this man used to go to work overtime, and at the end of the month, there's no extra income. And I just have to accept it because there was always some excuse. And you know what? I became an ATM in the process. I can't tell you how many times he didn't have enough this, that. Agreeing to expenses and changing his mind. Before he left me, he agreed that we would put in a pool. We saved, I saved with his money, obviously. He helped me choose the shape of the pool. He was there when the pool shell was delivered. The hole was dug in the yard. And then, before they could even put the pool shell in, he decided he was done. So now I ask you, who is maintaining a pool that is for the children's benefit? Giving 24-hour notice at work because he got a job overseas that I supported him in. 24-hour notice meant there was no income. And guess who had to cover it? All his expenses for a month. It was so bad he couldn't even buy shampoo and conditioner before he went to work abroad because there was no income. I had to cover that. And that was still when we were together. He took out loans in excess of 100K, but he could never explain to me what the expenses were for. In our divorce trial, he told the magistrate that she said there's never any money. So I took out loans and spent it on myself. I took out a second bond to cover his debt. He left. Guess who's still paying that bond? But you know what? I did it for us. So I did it for us and our family because I don't want him to be in debt unnecessarily. Never mind the fact that the kids didn't benefit. I never benefited. To this day, we still don't know who benefited alongside him. But those loans he took out on his own without my knowledge. Now you can say to me that that's not abuse. You're probably right. It was me being gullible, naive, and possibly even stupid. I trusted that man so implicitly that I didn't even know what was happening. But here I am still paying off loans, and our marriage is terminated. What about post-separation financial abuse? When he moved out, he said to me, "Give me the savings of 100,000. I'll use it for an apartment for me and the girls. I won't. I'll let you have the house." Do you know where we are currently at? He moved in with his mother. We don't know what happened to that 100K. But for the past 3 years, whenever my daughters went to visit him, they've been staying in a one-bedroom with him at his mom's. So there, he deprived my children of their own room. This isn't something that I would have benefited from. But this man walked away with 100K and there's nothing to show for it. Refusing to pay the tutor that he agreed we should get. Refusing to pay the housekeeper that he employed. Not paying her bonus for 2 years. After he said to her, nothing will change when I move out. And he only pays half her bonus, but he can't even do that. Refusing to cover the dog's expenses. And then when I said, listen, I can't maintain the dog any longer. I may need to give him away because you're not giving me any maintenance. He accused me of psychological abuse and even went so far as to try and take out a domestic violence protection order against me. I actually had to defend myself on 2 occasions this year against abuse. Unilaterally deciding not to pay maintenance anymore. When he moved out, he agreed that he was going to pay just over 14K a month. He promised, you know what? I will let you get used to paying the bond. You know, I'll let you get used to it. I will support you. And then somewhere in August, I got an email saying, I'm not paying you maintenance anymore, as in none. And I'm like, what about the agreement, the email agreement? Apparently it didn't count. So I got no maintenance for 1 month. And then when I went to the maintenance court to lodge a complaint, he started paying 3,000 in total. So I went from getting 14,000 to 3,000. Refusing to disclose his salary at the maintenance inquiry and mediation because apparently his salary, disclosing it would be a breach of his employment contract. Yeah. Refusing or blocking attempts to get maintenance. He lawyered up. And his lawyer served me with a notice preventing from going to the maintenance court. The argument is you've got a maintenance matter as part of your divorce matter. But that thing wasn't progressing. He stopped paying maintenance. And so what they attempted to do was cut my feet off at the legs. So you can't get anything and you can't complain. This is what his attorney did. Refusing to contribute fuel for extramural activities so that my daughter can attend Western Province events. They weren't planned. She was doing so well. And I said, you know, she's had events every week. Can you please contribute to fuel? It's for your own expense. I had to borrow money from other parents to get her to those events. Refusing to pay school fees for a year, according to him, it was included in the interim maintenance order of 10,000. This year I got a letter from an attorney's firm informing me that one child's school fees has not been paid in a year. So all along, I've been paying the other child's school fees, one child's school fees, and he just stopped because he says it's included. But the maintenance order, the interim maintenance order didn't say that. And so I had to fight with an attorney's firm in addition to everything else I had to deal with. But there I was, old faithful, religiously paying one child's school fees. And you know what he did? He turned around and told the girls, I stopped paying her school fees. Our divorce was finalized on the 12th of October. And in terms of paragraph 4.5, expressly says that he's liable for half of school-related expenses, including transport. That order took effect, the maintenance component took effect from the 1st of August. To date, I haven't received a cent in fuel. And every time I asked him, his response was, my attorney said it's not included in the divorce. Even on Tuesday, he again sent an email saying, it forms part of your cash component that you get every month. You guys know fuel's going up again, right? The twins had a concert a few weeks ago. In 1 week, I did 17 trips to school. Actually, in 4 days, 17 trips. And on the Friday, the twins left on a tour that I also had to go to. I'm doing this all on my own steam. But this man insists that transport is not included because his attorney said. So this week, what I did is I emailed his attorney and said, apparently you said fuel is not included. I got an email from the attorney on Thursday saying, Dr. Jacobs, fuel is included. So all along, he's been lying to avoid his fuel obligations. All along. And then he uses the names of other people to justify his avoidance of his maintenance obligations. And so I wrote back to his attorney and I said, thank you. And then they said, just submit the receipts. And I said, well, I've submitted all the receipts to your client, but he has ignored them. But thank you. Your response is now saving me from having to go and lodge a J470E maintenance complaint. So he says fuel's not included. He refuses to pay for the dog, but it's psychological abuse if I get rid of the dog. And as his last ditch attempt, he said to me, the dog is not mentioned in the divorce order. And my thought is, the fuel is mentioned, you deny it. So now I have to have the court order amended to include the dog. For real. For real. Because then you in any event going to tell me it's not there. And no, it's not his responsibility. He did deny that it's his responsibility because apparently it's now my dog. But at the same time, he did say he's only responsible for the girls. I'm like, it's their dog. The housekeeper is for them. But somehow, certain expenses are included and certain are not. So all he still has to do is deny paternity of the twins. I mean, really, this man has denied responsibility for the dog, for the housekeeper, for the tutor. I'm just waiting for him to tell me it's not his children. That's all that he could possibly say so. Never mind if the one twin looks an awful lot like him. He makes promises to my children that he never keeps. My younger twin got braces a few weeks ago that he had agreed she could get. And then you know what happened? He couldn't pay when the braces had to be fitted. There was a payment of 7,000 due, almost 7,000. He went behind my back, contacted the orthodontist office and said to them, can we move the appointment or can I pay later? After we had started the process, this was our second visit. The child obviously got upset when I said we might have to delay. I said, it's fine, Angel. I'll figure it out. So I paid the entire amount. I did. And then I had to go back and ask for reimbursement. And then the kids have more expenses. I send receipts and I don't get. And I must constantly wait. Never mind that I'm covering both of our portions. And then I have to wait sometimes 2 weeks, if not more. And just think about how much fuel I've spent in the past 2 months that haven't been reimbursed yet. And it feels to me like there's this hole of this mountain of debt that just keeps growing. But what am I supposed to say to my children? The life that you got used to, you now need to give up. The father can afford it, he just doesn't want to. Monday morning, I sent him an email. And I said to him, listen, I'm still waiting for that money. The girls need snacks for school. I took the girls away for the weekend because they've been struggling a lot. They've been dealing with a lot. And because I don't get holiday this coming week, when they are on holidays, I said, let's do 2 nights away. When I asked him for the money, I got an email back on Monday morning. Their tummies should still be full from the holiday that you took them on. So don't ask for reimbursement. So these children's father has the audacity to say that when he owes me money, it's not like I took his money and took them on holiday. He actually begrudges his own children 2 days away. And just when I think he can't sink any lower, he proves to me he can. And last night I had to get an email about how I've deprived him of so much. Because it's always my fault. I'm the one that is up at night. I'm the one driving them to therapy. I'm the one driving them, juggling my life, trying to make everything fit. Somehow, I'm the problem. So what are the possible remedies available? You know, there is the J470E complaint to start criminal and civil proceedings. And the sad reality for me is that is exactly what my ex-husband is. If you can deprive someone who is dependent on you for their livelihood from their bonus for 2 years in a row, I'm tempted to use the word criminal. You would not let the woman get other employment. You made her other promises, but now she must wait 9 months. She only got her 2021 bonus in July this year. So, the other alternative is the Domestic Violence Amendment Act to allege financial abuse. But unfortunately, what magistrates now find themselves doing is that when they realize it's coupled to a maintenance complaint, they refer the matter because they don't want to deal with it. It's someone else's problem. But we all know that the maintenance system is so broken, it cannot deal with extra pressure, extra complaints, because it's already not capable of dealing with the load it currently has. Yeah. So what happens to that woman in most cases who's already not getting the requisite maintenance? She just has to keep on suffering that abuse. So where does that leave us? Child maintenance is delayed for even longer. Financial abuse continues, sometimes for years. I just realized that 13 October marks 2 years that I've been on this journey. We agreed in mediation a year ago to an amount, but the final amount we settled on in the divorce is even less than that. Just because I wanted the divorce finally. So my children are getting 8,000 Rand less than they are entitled to monthly. Monthly. Earlier this year, my roof was leaking in 6 different places. 6. I had to take out a loan. Why? Because it's where my children live. And what about my ex-husband? He gets off scot-free and plays the victim. So what conclusions can I reach? The Domestic Violence Amendment Act provides women or victims of financial abuse with limited assistance. The maintenance system is useless. There's civil litigation, delict, or unjustified enrichment, but at what cost? And who's going to cover the cost? What is the end result? You tell yourself, like so many mothers I've heard recently, it's just not worth.
Yeah.
I'll raise myself, my child myself. I don't have the energy to take on the maintenance system when I could be using that energy to generate extra income to provide for my child or children. Yeah. It's a lost cause. And so these women keep being subjected to abuse. So what is the way forward? Sorry, that's actually supposed to be on the next slide. Magistrates must man up. Grow a pair. Serious. If a financial abuse case comes before you, deal with it instead of referring it to someone else. Isn't that just another instance of avoiding responsibility? Is that the society that we currently find ourselves in? Magistrates are avoiding responsibility by passing it on to someone else who's already burdened with a full docket of maintenance cases. Becomes someone else's problem. Is that not the current situation with maintenance? Non-resident parents won't provide. So what does that mean? The resident parent must carry that load as well. Do we see that we are perpetuating a cycle of a lack of accountability and a lack of responsibility?
Yeah.
The maintenance system needs to be overhauled. Sure, but heaven help us, who's going to do it? Or must we keep suffering in silence until our kids turn 18? Thank you.
Wow, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Jacob. I don't know if anyone has any questions or. Yeah. Our next speaker, Albert Nikolai. He's a maintenance officer. So he's just gonna stay from his part. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Albert Nikolai, please.
Good afternoon to everyone, our viewers. I'm Sean Regulai. I'm the maintenance officer for Simonstown and Luxembourg Magistrates Court. It forms part of one of 57 courts in the Western Cape, as Advocate Reuters has mentioned earlier on, dealing with maintenance. One of the 6 courts, maintenance courts in the country. As I previously indicated with the other dialogues, I was previously the maintenance officer in the Northern Cape in Kimberley. I was part of the Kimberley Family Law Center there. And at the end of last year, November, I then took a transfer to the Western Cape. I'm now currently in the position of maintenance officer for the 2 courts from Suttonstown and Newton. I wasn't initially on the program. I was asked, basically put on the spot again, but I never backed down. I'll just touch briefly on some of the points which the other speakers spoke about. Firstly, I think what I need to get to is actually to get to the aspect which Dr. Kamal spoke about regarding the financial abuse.
Yeah.
I think it's an aspect that a lot of us need to speak about because I believe all legal practitioners don't think the same. I'm one of those maintenance officers that is not afraid to come to the front. I'm not afraid to bump heads with management in the department because I believe that as public servants, you choose to render a service. You know what you signed up for when you applied for the job. You knew what you were getting yourself into. And I believe, as a legal practitioner myself, that you cannot work in public office if you don't believe in social justice.
Yeah. So,
Furthermore, you cannot work as a legal practitioner if you don't truly believe in redress and transformation. At this current stage, what we do see playing out in our courts is that there truly is financial abuse. And with that financial abuse comes all these other evils in society, which plays out, which we see. It leads to domestic violence, which financial abuse obviously is one of those factors. But ultimately, it results in bigger factors, which we see. Femicide. There's a whole lot of other issues. It's so intersectional. And if you as a legal practitioner cannot identify, then I think that speaks to us to why we face what we're facing in our judicial system at this current stage.
yeah.
So in respect of that, my plea would be to those watching. If you approach the maintenance as an applicant, you need to take accountability and responsibility for your matter. All maintenance officers are not. All clerks of the court are not. So I might, and I always mention it, what I'm speaking, I speak as Jean Regular. I speak as myself, as an individual. I don't speak on behalf of the Department of Justice. I'm an employee of the Department of Justice. And that's why I put myself on the spot, because I believe that we don't know how members of the public actually, you get proper input when you come to dialogue such as this.
Yeah.
And I always say it, that we need more. I come here out of my own accord. I don't know if some of my colleagues are not aware of all of these things. But these are the rooms where we need to be. If you want, you don't see court managers. Don't see area court managers. Those are the people that should be dealing with the queries that members of not per se me as a maintenance officer. I need support from those individuals that need to hear the cry of our communities.
Yeah.
Because the very same things that many of you speak about is things that we as maintenance officers speak about. It's not like it's new. So that's why I feel it becomes redundant when you come here constantly have to. It's like this is a think tank. We're trying to come up with solutions. You have lecturers coming from, but not only as a lecturer, coming to giving her own story. We're speaking here about our lived experience.
Yeah.
But somehow it keeps on falling on deaf ears. But here, as I'm saying, Liesel has mentioned the aspect of an application. Know who the individuals are that takes in your application. Keep a record of when you start your application, the documentation that you find at court. Often that some people's files goes missing. I don't know how a maintenance file can go missing, and then all of a sudden people don't know what to do. That's a docket that's now disappeared. A file cannot be reopened or no progress can be made. So prepare yourself thoroughly when approaching our maintenance courts. Know the clerks, familiarize yourself with the people that's take names, times, the date that you went there, to keep track of it in support of your application. Firstly, have all your documentation. So in opening up a new maintenance file, your J101 form, complete it properly. If you don't know how to complete it, ask the clerk. Take the form home with you, because the thing that I pick up in a lot of the Section 10 inquiries, and I'm actually happy with some men. I think a lot of our men, the lady asked earlier on, what initiatives are there in order to educate men about what they need to do? Many women would be surprised, but a lot of men are actually very much informed about maintenance. I've picked that up in our maintenance courts, in financial inquiries in court. A lot of women just write down numbers on their forms, and we know that the men can afford, but you need to understand that each case needs to be dealt with based on its merit. So some women come there and they come and argue the case in court that this man can afford it, and most men actually say that I can afford. This is not a test about my affordability. It's about what you filled in on your application. Because women just tend to write numbers there, 140,000 rand per month per child. There's case law. There's certain civil proceedings that is being conducted. And we are confined, the magistrates are confined by that, the same as us as legal practitioners. We need to follow procedure, unfortunately. So it's for you as well as much as the Maintenance Act does speak to that there's no onus per se on either of the parties in order to prove, how can I say, maybe in respect of if one of the applicant applied for a certain amount and then the respondent is opposing that, it's for both parties to come and prove their case. If he is opposing, this is not the amount, I'm not agreeing to this, maintenance officer has made a recommendation, both parties are not satisfied, go on and inquire in Section 10. In court, the magistrate has a role to play, the same as the maintenance officer. We get to ask two questions. So, for example, a lot of men come, and I've seen it as a trend now in court. They know that they can afford, but it's for the applicant to show that whatever she applied for, that is the amount that should actually be paid, because we need to see whether it's paid reasonable. Because we don't want either of the parties walking out there with a bitter taste, which it's going to happen in any event. But in saying preparing for your case, if you're going to put down an amount, try and prove it as far as possible that this is the actual expense which I need to pay month to month, and do not come with figures that you cannot really show. Some things we know, we can draw inference, the price of petrol, electricity. You don't need to keep receipts of food and all of that. We all know the cost of living, but let it be realistic. Because at the end of the day, the guy can afford the amount of maintenance based on what we can see on the bank statement. It's not always about the affordability, so much so, but it's about the needs of the child. A maintenance court is not there in order to make luxury orders. You knew the person that you got involved with, whether they've changed over the years. Some people come to court and they want to make the maintenance issues or place it at the doorstep of people like myself as a maintenance officer or legal practitioner and make it a subjective thing, where in essence we need to deal with what are the merits of this case, what is the position of the parties, what are they saying, what can they prove, and on a balance of probabilities, what is just, fair, and reasonable in the light of these circumstances. And many of the people cannot actually substantiate what they actually there for. Now it's just a whole lot of insults thrown at one another. Die ene sê kom dronk, ja, maar die ma kan agter die kinders sê, ja, jy gaan nie die kinders sien nie want jy betaal nie, dan support nie, and it's a whole mud scheme. But we tend to forget Section 28, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which says that in all matters concerning the child, the best interest must prevail, and that is of paramount. So prepare your case thoroughly when applying for a maintenance application. The same with issues such as future maintenance. Another thing that I see a lot of women are not clued up on if you are aware that the guy has UIF benefits and he's now out of his work because he resigned or whatever, don't wait till number 99. Then come running to court. The guy already resigned from work 6 months ago. You come into court now and expect us to do magic. I don't know. But as maintenance officers, we are also not in the business of witchcraft. We don't have. We can't do that. Can't do that. So be realistic about certain things. Come and inform us. Like, we don't sit there and wait. It's like sometimes I'm not sure. I get frustrated with some women because, but I think it goes with the maybe Dr. Covell would be able to tell us. I'm not sure. Other women, I think you get despondent because you know how frustrating the court system is. Will I actually get assistance at the maintenance court? Will this thing actually be fast tracked? And I think that gets to the overall of this entire maintenance system. Our legal practitioners need to get to a point where we start rendering a service that is proactive and not reactive. That's where we currently are. We're rendering services that is, we're reacting to something instead of being proactive. Because the issue of access to a child is dealt with separately in the children's court. Then you have the maintenance issue dealt with separately. Then you have the domestic issue dealt with separately. Where all of these things are so interlinked, yet court-based mediation is also put to the side because you have some magistrates that don't want mediators involved in cases. You have attorneys, advocates that don't want mediators involved because you're taking bread and butter out of them. Which is, and a lot of my colleagues come for me. I will lay my edges. You can come for me. I've said it before. It's such an important thing that we need to fight to the front for social justice and for redress. We need more magistrates, we need more maintenance officers, we need more prosecutors coming to the front, assisting men and women who are frustrated by the legal system when it comes to matters of abuse, domestic violence, especially in respect of financial abuse, delaying of cases in respect of maintenance, and then the issue of having access and contact with children. A lot of men do get deprived from having contact with their kids based on circumstances. All women are not the same. Some women choose to raise their kids on their own without financial support, and I applaud women such as that. Many still withhold the children from the father for reasons which is unknown. And I think I will conclude it on that because I didn't prepare on speaking. But I think it's always big to like end things off with your own personal story. So this is to those online and for you that are here. I would personally say don't withhold your children from their biological parents. We do not pay maintenance. I think some parents, I've had a lot of men that come to court, and they say, I'm not going to pay maintenance, this is on respect of major children. Some want to come and discharge maintenance orders or divorce orders because they don't want to pay for their major children. They just have the view the divorce order means I must only pay maintenance up until the child attains majority age or whether the child is self-supporting, whichever event occurs. So now the child is 18, not yet self-supporting, I still want the order to be discharged. Why? Because my child is lazy, doesn't work. I've been offering him support, he's now on drugs, so I'm going to stop financially supporting him. And my one response to the one father, as well as the mother that agreed that the order should be discharged, because some maintenance officers forget their duty. They forget that the Maintenance Act is where it's where you derive your authority from and your power in order to make a decision. You don't just discharge maintenance orders if you yourself have not satisfied yourself based on this application form that there's good cause in order to set aside a court order. Because you can have a mother and a father that come here and they can agree. It's the same with maintenance. They end up saying, okay, we've agreed it's 8,000 per child. You don't even know whether 8,000 is sufficient. I'm not even sure if this woman was coerced into agreeing with this 8,000. And that time you did not check the needs of the child. So some maintenance officers, because they just feel, okay, then one file out of the way, on to the others, because we do have a lot of work that we're doing as maintenance officers. But to me, usually that's the way I deal with it. Check every single aspect of a case. Make sure that the parties are actually in agreement. So my response with the one father was when he said that I don't want to pay maintenance anymore because my child is on drugs and all of these issues. My response to him was, we do not pay maintenance for our kids for whether they are good or bad. We pay maintenance because we owe that to our children. In the sense of we want them to be better in life. And we want them to be members of society who will be able to distinguish between right and wrong and to be responsible citizens. And in a situation such as myself, I can relate when I tell women not to withhold their children from the biological fathers, or in the event of a father withholding a child from the mother. I grew up as with a single parent, as a mother who worked and raised me by herself. Never would help me from my father, my biological father, but he never financially contributed. So today, what I have the respect for him, but he cannot be one of those parents that can fully boast and be like, my kind is an advocate. Because he knows today that I will not give him anything financially because I don't owe you that. You can boast to your friends that your child is an advocate of the High Court, but if your friends will ask you, how much does your child give you per month? Or if he goes through a financial crisis, you best know that I'm the last person you will be calling. You can't boast fully compared to a parent that was there financially for your child and raised. We know who invested in our lives, because you don't want your child to come back tomorrow and say and resent you that you never made me a part of my family. Simply because it did not contribute financially. And now at that old age, the child is sitting with trauma which you need to come and work with because he feels that you kept him away. So, but like I say, each case is different. That is just from my side. I'm happy that I have a relationship with all my parents. But yeah, that's something very close to. And yeah, let us always just assist one another. As Bongi said, the principle umuntu ngamuntu ngabanye. I am because you are, because you are. And that is what these dialogues are. It's all about ubuntu and assisting one another.
Okay, Bongi said I must close, so I will close. Just in closing, I just need to say that when it comes to DNA and paternity, take to heart what we said about those paternity forms, and take to heart what we said as far as Section 36 of the Children's Act. So even in a case where you are getting to the maintenance court and somebody or the father say that no, but he's not the father, he wants paternity test, then you still can ask the court, and please ask the maintenance officer to then invoke the provisions of Section 36 and do the presumption where you need to answer questions. And the most important is what happened during the time of the pregnancy. What was his role during that period? If you can show that he contributed to maternity clothing, he contributed to that maternity process, that shows there's a presumption that he's the father. He can fight it any way he wants to, and then we will deal with whatever happens from there onwards. So those are the most important things dealing with Section 21 of the Maintenance Act that I just would like to reiterate and make sure that you do understand that. And even in the case of mediators, if mediators can assist the parties right from the beginning, whenever it comes to parenting plans in terms of Section 33 of the Children's Act, make sure that you deal with paternity, even where the father says that he is the father. 14 years down the line, or a decade down the line, when the new girlfriend or the new wife is there, then all of a sudden paternity comes into play. And I don't want people to struggle the way people are struggling in our courts, because then the maintenance is suspended until the results are out. So even if he now says, "Maar jy weet ek is die pa, you know I'm the father," make sure that it is in writing. Make sure that that paternity form is completed. That way you won't have to deal with it 10 or 14 years later. That way you don't have to deal with it in terms of the Section 31 prosecution. Then all of those things are covered. So these dialogues are out here to somehow show you the loopholes and the traps in the system.
Yeah.
If you can counter those loopholes and traps now, or then you're better prepared for when it happens eventually.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, it's another miracle that God bestowed on you. So then you take that divine miracle for yourself. If it doesn't happen, to save you the headaches and all of the things that can happen in the courts, that's the reason why we have these dialogues. Our next dialogue is Saturday, 28th October. It's going to be at the same venue. So please make a provision in your diary or on your smartphone, put it on. If you can attend, then please come and attend. There will be some speakers that will give their own view on what happened to them in the maintenance court process, and then you will be able to learn from it. I specifically asked Ms. Liesel Kern here to speak. Thank you so much, Liesel, for giving your own views on the UIF provision, because a lot of people don't know about it.
Yeah.
A lot of maintenance officers don't know about it. And if it is being spoken from somebody that has actually done it in the process, then it's easier than to just hear it from me, say Section 3031B of the UIF Act. I can quote all of that, but it means nothing to you unless you hear of somebody that has gone to it. Mr. Coran here went to it now, and based on the information that she got on that WhatsApp group, she was able to go and explain that to the courts. I love what you said, Liesel, as far as putting that specific piece of legislation in there, because the next stumbling block is you need to get beyond the maintenance officer, because the maintenance clerk is saying, yeah, he does this, is not part of law. So then you need to educate the maintenance clerks and the maintenance officers and even the magistrates, because some of them do not know it. And that's what these dialogues are about, because they're quick to say, no, you've got no claim in terms of Section 30 attachment of debt, or no, it's not a right claim, this doesn't sound right, you don't even know, but they say, no, it doesn't sound right. But if we have real life examples like Ms. Conier's case, who knew that in terms of the UIF Act, you can attach it? Unless you come to these dialogues, who knows that in terms of the Social Assistance Act, you cannot attach the pension fund or the pension grant or any of the other social assistance grants. The Act says in the Social Assistance Act, Section 18, the law students at UWC, the Social Assistance Act says you cannot attach the social grants like the pension grant or any of disability grant. You cannot attach it. The Act says it must be unfettered, undisturbed, so you can't attach it. But the moment it's in that person's bank account, you can attach it in the bank account. SOCA, you can never add as a respondent to your claim, but you can get it once it is undisturbed in his bank account. So all of these type of things you will only learn or will be taught these things if you come over here. Liesel also ended off by saying SARS. I've had numerous fights with SARS. SARS is the one that somehow just showed me, no matter what I say whatever, but okay, we're not going to do it. SARS have given me headaches. So even if you know that there is a SARS benefit or a tax benefit that is due to you, SARS is not going to even care about it. They're going to say, the hell with you, we pay it into his account, he's the one. We cannot do anything to SARS if there's one person, one institution that somehow will not listen to any court order that is SARS. But luckily, the Department of Labor is willing to take that UIF benefits, so let's do that. There are some other institutions where we also can take the benefit or attach the benefit if we know the loopholes and the way we deal with it in that specific case. On the WhatsApp group, I call it the Al Capone style. So they couldn't get Al Capone on gangsterism and the stuff that he was doing in the United States. But then the US government found a way to get hold of it. Okay, you're getting all of these dark monies and all of it, and we take your tax. Now you are up for tax, you didn't declare your tax. So that is a way that we can deal with it. So the SASA access, we can't attach it. So then we wait till it's in the bank account, and then we do a Section 30 attachment of debt. And that's the way we deal with it. But all of those loopholes you will not be able to get hold of unless you pay for an attorney or else you come to these dialogues. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say it, but the lecturers at UWC is not going to teach you that. You need to come over here. So the law students that took some time, I humbly want to say thank you to the 5 of you that were willing to come all the way from UWC and attend these sessions. I hope you learned something. If there's anything that's unclear, you've got my cell number, you've got my email address, please email me and I will gladly share some of the practicalities as far as these things are concerned. Please come next month and then we will have another session over here where we deal with all of these stuff. Thank you for your question. I really appreciate those type of questions that are being asked. That makes it interactive. That makes it a dialogue. Otherwise, it becomes a monologue of me just standing over here and speaking, and Bongi just starting because Bongi loves speaking, so you must tell them stop now. It's not time for someone else to take over. So we've got all of it. My wife, this is my wife sitting over here. If we don't stop her, then I have to keep on saying, can't I also say I must? You might know. Otherwise, she can't wait to get over here to the microphone and start sharing her experience. So, thank you so much for coming. I know it was a long session today, and the children are getting jittery over in the kiddie zone. So, I was asked to speed up and just conclude the today's session so that the children can please go and also go. Is it how long? So let's quickly go and get the children out there. But please join us next month in October. We will have another session of the community dialogues on maintenance. Thank you for today.
Thank you.